1, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Never mind, it's okay now.
Do we have techs upstairs?
1, 2.
10-4.
Check, check. 1, 2, 2. One, two, two, two. 2, 2, 2, 1.
Okay,
1, 2, check, check.
10-4. Sawako, they're just grabbing an SD card because it had to be a micro for the GoPro. So they're on their way back from the store with a card for it, and then they'll throw it up.
2, 1.
But yes, we're recording that for him.
Check. 1. 2, 1, 2, check. 1, 2.
Did somebody put their radio down here in the back? Michael, did you have a radio? Is this your radio in the back, maybe? Nope. Tiffany, did you leave a radio in the back? And a notebook? Hey guys, Tiffany, there's a big binder in the back. Is this yours? Tiffany, is that your radio with your binder? That's hers. Another disaster averted. beginning in just a few minutes. Thank you so much. Please have you take your seats. Thank you.
tinotenda vari pasi nevari kumatenga. Tinasima kutiunganidza pano nhasi pakupemberera vana vese vari kushandirwa kunze kwenyika nevese vanotambudzika. Nesi tese tiri pano tinopa kutenda masimba enyu amunotipa kuti tifambe munzvimbo dzakasiyana siyana. Tinotenda.
Well, if that can't capture your attention, nothing can. So, so thank you to the marvelous musicians. Thank you for this podium. I'm Jane Wales. I want to welcome you to the Global Philanthropy Forum. We're a community and we're really glad you're part of us. So this wonderful opening, I should note, was made possible by a GPF supporter and member, Maya Kristen, who is somewhere out there. And the brilliant work of Michael Olmsted, who's also, Gary was on the keyboard, and he's, you'll get to know him throughout your time here. They agree with us that the Global Philanthropy Forum is not just about strategies and impact and outcome of it, it's also about heart. And it's also really about both inspiration and learning and the caring that motivates all the work that you do. So in the couple days we have together, today and tomorrow and Friday, you're going to be deep into your left brain a lot of the time, wrestling with problems, seeking out solutions, but you'll also be drawn back to that right brain where so much of learning and inspiration and wonderment really occur. At the same time, you'll be seeing and meeting lots of remarkable innovators who are doing work really around the world. And their ideas are really the spark that ignites social change. And so I look forward to your meeting each of them. We're starting this year with the proposition that governments can set goals, they can mobilize resources, they can coordinate action. But if they really want to eradicate poverty, which is the shared goal. If they want to really meet their bold objectives, they'll need to join forces with citizen activists, citizen innovators from just about every sector and every discipline and corner of the world. And they'll need to take into account the role that human ingenuity plays and the role that human nature plays. And so you're going to hear a lot about that as well. We think that process of collaboration is already happening, that cross-sectoral collaboration, the interaction between institutions and individuals as well. And that in the process, you're seeing kind of a redefinition take place, a redefinition of concepts of markets and value, of service and learning, of philanthropy, of leadership, and of development itself. And so what we're going to ask you to do is, as you think of examples of that kind of redefinition going on, that you share those examples with one another, that you tweet them using hashtag GPF14 GPF14 redefine, and that will be a way to share that knowledge among us. Our first speakers are going to open with the central development challenge of the day, and that's inequality. And we're talking about inequality in rich countries, in poor countries, and in middle-income countries, because that's where the poor live. Growth may be robust, but it is not always broad-based, and while development can be pretty rapid in a lot of societies, that doesn't necessarily mean it's inclusive. So when we think about development today, we don't just think about GDP. We think about well-being as well, and so that'll be much of the conversation. Now, while we'll open with that and the ways in which development has been redefined, we're going to close with the sort of last sea change in the world of poverty alleviation and development, because it was 25 years ago that Gro Brundtland, a young politician or a political office holder from Norway, who had been prime minister and led the World Health Organization. She headed up a commission that authored a report that we all refer to as the Brundtland Report. And what was so significant about that report is that it introduced for the first time the notion of sustainable development. And it defined sustainable development as a pattern of development in which we meet the needs of today in such a way that we preserve the capacity of future generations to meet their needs as well. And so that is, we're going to close with her. Her thoughts have been, in fact, this concept has been guiding us all this time and will inform our conversation for the 3 days to come. Now, while our plenaries are going to be sort of shared snapshots of the state of the field and the state of play in the various issue areas where you all work, the heart of the conference is going to be elsewhere. The heart of the conference is going to be in working groups. Again, this is where you roll up your sleeves, you reason together, you learn together, and you try to find real solutions together. And what's important here is that the agenda is set by you. And that will be the heart of the conference. There'll be skilled facilitators that'll help you move it along. You won't be all alone. And you'll be side by side with folks doing work in all parts of the world. But those facilitators are going to put forth a core question, and they're going to ask you, how would philanthropy change? How would policy change? How would business practice change if the real goal were well-being, human well-being, and the well-being of our planet, if the real measure were dignity, and if the real method was the capture of human ingenuity? They will ask you, they'll ask you at the end, beginning and end of those sessions, what your view is. Now, for those who want to take those ideas or take the sort of opportunities that are unveiled and pursue them, we're going to be setting aside breakfast tables. This does mean getting up in the morning. And at those breakfast tables, you can get together, forge partnerships, use that as your opportunity to find ways to work together going forward. And for those of you, in fact, I should say that one of the tables has already been claimed by the UN Development Program and our friends at the Hilton Foundation, and Heather Grady is going to help lead it. And this is an effort to gain your input on the follow-on to the Millennium Development Goals. I think their point of view is, look, if you're part of that solution, if you're part of executing on those goals, they very much want you to be part of setting those goals. And so I know that's going to be one of the breakfasts. But for those of you who want to use that time period just to deepen learning, what you'll find is that we have tables set aside for that. We've got people who have agreed to host table talks among you. And you'll find, in fact, in your program books, those that have been reserved in advance. So you can see where you'd like to have breakfast, if that is what you'd like to do. Now, the other thing I want to tell you is that, look, we are a community, and so the idea is that you get to know each other. And here's one way. If you suffer from any kind of shyness, which, I've seen no evidence of that, but one way is to take this flair in which you kind of declare what matters to you most. Is it women and girls? Is it education? Is it health? Is it the environment? And you put that flair, or those flares, many people have multiple flares, on your name tag. And that way you can find one another and a conversation has begun. And I think it's tomorrow night we have a Find Your Flair reception. So if you haven't, make sure you get these. While you're doing that, while you're introducing yourself to one another, I would urge that you seek out the philanthropists who are leading the effort to replicate the Global Philanthropy Forum in regions around the world. So there, I know that Pearl Darko is here, who leads the African Philanthropy Forum. I'm sure she would be eager to introduce you to the African philanthropists who have joined us today. And I know that I've seen Marcos Kisil and Paola Fabiani. I saw them both last night, and they lead the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum. They're both of Aegis, which leads the Brazilian Philanthropy Forum, and they have come with a delegation of 20 Brazilian philanthropists, so practice up on your Portuguese. Their next conference will be in early November in Sao Paulo, so I'm sure they'd be eager to get you to join them. Now, you can have your friends join our plenaries, and what we're going to do, because we're broadcasting everything live. So what we're going to do is put on the screens both the way in which to access those sessions online, but also the ways in which you can tweet using the hashtag of GPF14. Now, if you want to have as close to a paperless conference as possible, we urge you to use GPF Connect. And the way you use it, Ginger Soul uses it to share her business card rather than going with lots of little cards. You can use it to find one another, introduce yourselves to one another, and you can use it to keep a conversation going, and we hope you will. And then finally, while I'm talking about paperless things, you'll see on our paperless opportunities, you'll see on your tables this little guy. And what this little guy is a book. And it's a book put together, it's a study put together by the World Bank. And the issue here, actually I'm going to make too much noise with that, but what this is it describes a means by which to gain beneficiary feedback from citizens around the world. And after all, that's what really matters to all of us, is how do you make sure that what you're doing is relevant, that it really serves the needs that you're trying to address. So this is a way to use modern technology to achieve that goal. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the first panel. And what I'm going to do, in fact, is instead of introducing the first panel, I'll introduce the first panel chair and then turn over the introductions to her. Marina Gorbas is the executive director of the Institute for the Future. She's a social scientist, and in her day job, what she does is she brings a futures perspective to organizations in the public, private, and philanthropic sector. So she has that broad view, and we have an opportunity to be led through this first conversation by Marina. So please join me in welcoming Marina and her fellow panelists to the stage.
Thank you. My panelists. Anywhere you want. Here. Figure out, right? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, great. It's a beautiful morning, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. It's a real honor to be in the company of this particular group. We were meeting for breakfast and conversation before the panel, and I confessed to this group, so I might as well confess to you that I increasingly think of myself as a recovering economist because the first 15 years of my life I spent it in doing economic development work in various parts of the world and also here in the United States in different states. And we were very proud of all the methodologies that we had, cluster analysis, we were looking at all the economic foundations, we were looking at the financial systems, and we were looking at human resources and regulation, and all of that. We were very, very exhaustive in terms of how we thought about development. And then I came to the Institute about 15 years ago, and I started working with a lot of anthropologists who look at things like culture. And I figured out that that's what was missing from a lot of economic theory. These people were going into people's homes, they were trying to understand, they were living with people, and they were really trying to understand what is it on the ground, what are these lives of people on the ground, what drives them, what fears, what hopes they have. And it kind of inspired me to really rethink a lot of development theory, a lot of how we practice development. And so I've personally been on this path of trying to create a new language where we can bring together people who speak the language of culture, which is kind of anathema to a lot of economists, right? We don't know how to talk about culture. We don't know how to describe what it is. The whole conversation about changing the vocabulary and who participates in the development conversation. How do we bring more voices into this? How do we bring artists and designers and anthropologists and others to kind of really expand how we think what development, even what is that word development, what does it mean, and how do we practice it, and what is the tools and language that we can use. So I'm hoping that in this panel we can address some of these issues, and you're the perfect group to really be addressing that. What we're going to do is we're going to have each of the panelists give a few remarks from their perspective, their lens of looking at development. And it's, as I said, it's a pretty amazing panel. We have Khalid Malik, who is the head of UNDP Human Development Report. I have to say that the report is like a Bible for a lot of people who are thinking about development and economics and a lot of other things. And in its own right, it's a huge innovation, expanding the whole notion of what development and economic development is all about. So we're going to start with Khalid, and then we have Sanjay Pradhan, who is a vice president of the World Bank and was the head of the World Bank Institute, where he was thinking a lot about open governance and data and all kinds of other things, and is now leading efforts to really transform the bank and leadership and around the world. So welcome to you. And finally, but not least, we have Rachel Glenister, who is the executive director of the Poverty Action Lab at Harvard, at MIT. And she, I know, very different, right? Close, but very different. And she actually has a lot of on-the-ground knowledge because she's been doing a lot of evaluation work looking at community-based development in agriculture and in health and many other areas in many parts of the world, including Sierra Leone. So this is a great group to be addressing redefining development issues. We're going to start with you, Khalid. Yes.
Well, good morning, everyone. Great to be here, and thank you so much for inviting us. I have an old-fashioned slide presentation, but I promise I will not go through it too carefully. I wanted to just start by acknowledging that how important ideas and how important individuals are. Three in particular I want to just acknowledge. Bill Draper, who was here this morning but had to leave. Mahbub al-Haq and Amartya Sen, three people who came together to launch an idea of development, which is fundamentally about people, about putting people first, about their choices, and how important it is to see development from that perspective. And I think that has transformed the way we look at development and has transformed at least the way we measure development. In 1990, there was the first report issued. It starts with a very powerful phrase, people are the real wealth of nations. And by the way, all the empirical work and all the analysis shows that if you look after people, economies and societies look after themselves. And that is really the fundamental perspective which we have. I'm going to talk a little bit about the 2013 report, which is a very hopeful report. It's about a changing world, the rise of the South. And I'll say a few words at the very end about philanthropy and what are the implications of some of those issues. And if this thing works, let's see. I'm going to put out a few slides to just give you an idea how dramatic the change is in the last decade or so. And it's dramatic because maybe because we are in it, we don't fully feel it, but historians will talk about this change in a very kind of large sense. And if the Industrial Revolution was a 100 million people story, this is actually a few billion people story. Something like 40 plus countries have done better than expected, and billions of people are doing better than expected. And this is an interesting line also about the middle class. You know, by 2030, 2/3 of the middle class will be from Asia and the Pacific. The world is changing and changing quite rapidly. All kinds of implications for sustainability, lifestyles, consumption, you name it, but we are in a very rapidly changing environment. This is also interesting because it shows 3 countries, Brazil, India, and China, and 6 traditionally important countries from the West, how they have already intersected in terms of collective weight in the world. And this is also interesting because it shows that reserves, most of the reserves now are in developing countries, something like $6 trillion worth of reserves, and which we have made some recommendations how they can be thought about and talked about. So that's just to give you a big picture sense, but also talk about greater connectivity. There are more internet users in the developing world than there are in the developed world. 600 million people in China on the web. And boy, do they put a lot of pressure on government, on interacting with each other, and I'll come back to that particular point. So this is the changing world in which we live in. I'll skip a whole bunch of other slides and go directly to, let's see if this works, the future. Jane talked about how we can come together and see how we can think. And since we have a person dealing with the Institute of the Future, I thought in the 2013 report we highlighted a couple of big mega challenges. And it's fundamentally about people. In the end, people need nurturing, and they will nurture other things. And we try to understand how that will present itself. We did a lot of data analysis and tried to see from developed and developing countries what role inequality plays, not just income, but also health and education in development progress. And across the board, you can see that any movement towards greater equality improves a huge range of indicators, from female child pregnancy issues to economic growth. So the move towards equality is profoundly important. We also saw that the issue of connectedness, people are getting more educated, and that's a good thing. They're also getting more connected. And this is the core of what happened in the Arab Spring, that when that happens, the relationship between citizen and state changes. People expect more. They expect better governance, they expect more transparency, they expect more jobs, and they put a lot of pressure on governments. So governments have to learn how to manage those complex pressures just much better, and jobs is supremely important. I also thought I'll put up a slide on environmental challenges. The reality is that we are in a very complicated situation, and recently the UN IPCC report came out and said essentially that most countries are not on a sustainable path. The developed countries, this is a a diagram which looks at Human Development Index on one side, and our measure of progress, and the ecological footprint. And basically, if you look at the carrying capacity of the world, most developed countries are far beyond that. That's on the right-hand side. Most developing countries are generally low, but as they progress, that will also become a challenge for the future. So we have to do more on that. We also look at demography, and what is fascinating is that fertility rates are collapsing almost everywhere except a few countries in Africa. And the key to that is education. Education helps in so many different ways in terms of fertility rates, in terms of how health is organized, and also in terms of jobs, remarkably enough. That for us, people talk about the demographic dividend, and those who may have followed the economist debates a few years ago, they were comparing India and China and say, who will do better in the long term? And the answer is, it depends how you manage your long term. And the fundamental to that is whether it's a declining population or increasing population. In both cases, you have to manage it carefully. In the case of Africa, for instance, we are 1 billion people now, sub-Saharan Africa. By 2050, it'll be 2 billion people. And depending on the policies, you can actually predict whether poverty will go down quite substantially, or poverty will go up to extreme cases of over 1 billion people poor in sub-Saharan Africa in the future. It depends on what we do. And now I'll come very quickly to a few thoughts on the philanthropy. So clearly, we are living in a new world, the new players. The 2014 report, which will be coming up in July, is on vulnerability, maybe a less hopeful message than the 2013 one. But it gives you a little mega perspective on volumes of resources going to different countries and how important many partners are. So therefore, partnership is key. Private sector, civil society, and the governments. No one can do it on their own. And a final slide, and I'll stop at this point because I know I have a short time, is that all the things you see are in rapid transition. Therefore, new partnerships are the key to bringing many players together, because without partnerships, you cannot have a good influence. We've also encouraged a new principle called coherent pluralism and also responsible sovereignty, which is not there. And responsible sovereignty is about that the world is so globally connected that it's no longer possible for nation states easily to take policies which can improve citizens' life. You have to take the world into your policy making. So responsible sovereignty is about looking globally, and that's very important. It's somewhat controversial at this stage, but we hope that in time, as we started, controversy starts first, you pick up, and there's global consensus. The second point, and I'll stop at this thing, is about public goods. The balance between private markets and public provided things is going to define how we can be sustainable in the future. And I'll give you the example of public transport. One of our advisory board members, who's a very eminent senator from Brazil, said that recently, a few years ago, salaries of university professors went down. And what happened? There were two immediate things which happened. People started taking their children out of private schools into public schools. And they then themselves started going from abandoning their cars and going into public transport. But in both cases, they realized the quality wasn't very high. In both cases, they got much more engaged in making certain quality actually worked. The footprint of each one of us will determine our future. A good, quick macro perspective. I hope you have a chance to look at the Human Development Reports. We are both in the virtual world, but also in the real world. We can have copies available to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just curious, how many people have read the development report? Good number. Great.
And it's available.
And it's available, yeah, so do read it. It's great reading. Great. Think of questions. We're going to open after all the panelists speak. We're going to open it to questions. I want to turn it over to Sanjay. Some of the messages from Khalid's talk is about connectivity, about rearrangement of institutional rearrangement. It's something that's very familiar to you, something you think about a lot. Before turning it over to you, I just want to say that you probably know that World Bank President Dr. Kim is going to be joining this group by video link tomorrow. So you have cards on your table, and if there are questions you want to address to him, please fill out those cards, include your affiliation and name, and the staff is going to be collecting those, and we'll pass them on to him for tomorrow. Sanjay.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Marina. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to actually begin with, I thought of it on the plane here. I wanted to begin with a personal story, if I could, which in my mind epitomizes both the promise and the imperative of redefining the development paradigm from one which was a very traditional approach to a citizen-centric approach. And I want to share with you this story, which dates back about 20 years ago when I joined the World Bank. And one of my first assignments was to work on Uganda, where my job was to provide concessional loans and grants to the government of Uganda. And just before doing this loan, we had done a public expenditure review of Uganda, where we found that there were very poor educational and health outcomes and very low spending on primary education and health. So when we were giving this loan in a very traditional development paradigm, we said that this loan would be used to enhance spending on primary education and primary health. And that was applauded. We went to the board. I got promoted as a consequence. But after I got promoted, after some time, I took a field trip to rural Uganda. And I encountered that schools had been built, but teachers and textbooks didn't show up. I found health clinics had been built, but there were no medicines. And the poor, who were supposed to benefit from this, the local communities, had no idea of what they were expected to receive. And they had no voice in articulating their concerns. Shortly after that, we did the famous Uganda Public Expenditure Tracking Survey, which traced how much of those enhanced allocations actually received the schools. And we found that 90% of the funds did not reach the schools. And, that was quite striking. And at that point, spurred by greater government and donor attention, but also a public dissemination campaign, where the information was posted on billboards and community radio on what citizens were supposed to receive, over a period of time, that leakage came down from 90% to 10%, which was quite striking. And then Rachel informed me this morning that there was a recent study. There was a study subsequently, which was quite striking, where the school providers, or the providers and the local communities were brought together to understand the needs of the community. And when that demand and supply side of governance came together, both service delivery and outcomes improved. Now, this little vignette gives you a glimpse of how we need to change the traditional paradigm. And I want to share with you that over a period of the last several years, there has been a process of experimentation and innovation, which together amount to a transformation. They're not there yet. These are nascent movements. But if together in forums like this, if we can forge partnerships, we can turn this into a revolution. And for this, I want to share with you what I consider to be 4 frontier elements of this redefinition of development, the topic of this conference, which we can together scale up into a transformation. The first frontier movement I want to suggest is to move from having development assistance aid and government spending, which is often non-transparent and inaccessible to the citizenry, to going towards open aid and open government. And let me illustrate what I mean. First is open aid. To open up aid in the World Bank, for instance, we decided to take a move. So we have geocoded 30,000 projects in 144 countries, which basically means we locate these projects on a map and correlate it with the indicators they were supposed to serve. We have now forged a partnership with 12 donors, 7 foundations and international civil society organizations, and a number of countries to geocode all development assistance through what we call the Open Aid Partnership. But of course, doing development assistance to be open is cute, but what's really important is if we can make government spending itself transparent and accessible to the citizenry, because the goal is to enhance domestic accountability of the state to the citizens. And to do this, I want to share with you that we are now working to geocode budgets in about 30 countries. And what does that mean? Let me go back to my reference point, which is Uganda. So envision a map of Uganda, where you can locate all the districts of Uganda and the education sector. And the districts that are colored by the color green are those districts that have low spending on education, but good educational outcomes. And those districts that are colored red are those districts that have high spending on education, but poor education outcomes. This geocoding of the budget immediately transforms what is an inscrutable budget document of hundreds of pages, which even public finance experts like myself cannot understand, into an understandable visual, which citizens can understand and hold their government to account. So as I said, we are working in about 30 countries, but the role of this forum, this type of partnership, would be to work together to get these 30 countries to actually publicly disseminate this geocoded budget. They're not all doing this. And if we can do it in more countries and then build the capacity of civil society, media, and parliaments to understand this budget, then we start to get a citizen-centered budget. So that's the first transformation. The second is to not stop there, but to ensure that citizen voice and feedback is integrated into policy design, into budgeting, into service delivery, really putting citizens at the heart, at the center. So go back to budgeting. Brazil has pioneered, and Jane asked us to share examples. I'll be sharing a few examples. Brazil has pioneered mobile participatory budgeting. Basically, citizens vote on the budget. And imagine, we did a South-to-South exchange, the point that Khalid talked about, the rise of the South. We did a South-South exchange between Brazil and the DRC. And DRC, which in a fragile and conflict setting, faced the imperative of rebuilding trust in government, decided to allocate in South Kivu province an item of the budget which is directly voted on by the citizens using mobile phones. And as a consequence, citizens started to see roads being built, bridges being repaired that they wanted to see. And amazingly, tax collection jumped 15 times in South Kivu province, demonstrating a rebuilding of trust in government. Now, what we are seeing in DRC in health, we are seeing in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in urban, we are seeing in the Philippines, platforms like checkmyschool.org in the Philippines. If you type up checkmyschool.org, you will see a platform, an internet site, where parents and students can give real-time feedback using mobile phones and the internet, where the teachers and textbooks are showing up in school. The same problem I encountered when I started my journey in Uganda. Tools like this can be quite transformational. You'll talk to President Kim tomorrow. He declared and announced a few months ago that 100% of World Bank finance projects that have an identified beneficiary will integrate citizen feedback. That's quite powerful if we can make it happen. And the flash drive that Jane talked about, which is on your desks, is a recent study that we did, not as robust as if we can get Rachel to work with us on this, which starts to say that these innovations are promising, but local context matters a lot. Some things work in some contexts, they don't in others. And technology cannot be the driver. It can be a great enabler if you have conditions. And one of the conditions, which is very powerful, takes me to the third frontier. And the third frontier, which is really profound if you think of it, that we are learning, is that one of the key enabling conditions for a citizen-centered approach is to simultaneously build the capacity of civil society organizations to amplify the voice of the poor, and simultaneously build the capacity of governments to respond to that feedback. Now, what is happening in this space is that you have foundations like yourselves and others who have been working with civil society organizations to amplify the voice of the citizens. But governments are not necessarily responding to that. And we in the World Bank and other institutions work with governments to support them, but they're not necessarily responding to the citizen feedback. So we built a platform called the Global Partnership for Social Accountability, which is a unique bridge. It is a partnership between institutions like the World Bank. We now have 3 foundations who have become partners, financial partners, Ford, Open Society, and the Aga Khan Foundation. And we have 130 global partners that have joined in. And what it's seeking to do is to give grants to civil society organizations so they can be the voice of the citizens and help governments that we support through our financing respond to that feedback. The GPSA, as we abbreviate it, becomes a link, a bridge between the demand and supply side of governance. And I would submit to you that's a real frontier. And to bring it to life again, as Jane asked, to give you a concrete example, in the Philippines, where there's a massive conditional cash transfer program, we are supporting concerned citizens of ABRA, which is a civil society organization, which is monitoring whether the poor are receiving these benefits of CCTs. And at the same time, this report goes to the Secretary for Social Protection in the government, and we are financing the programs that helps the Secretary and the government respond to that feedback. I would submit to you that if more of us joined platforms like this, we can bridge this demand and supply of governance, which has to be the frontier. And that takes me to the last frontier where I'll stop. The real goal here is not just to build capacity of citizens and government, but to forge coalitions for action. Many of our countries, there's entrenched networks of corruption, and we need to forge multi-stakeholder coalitions. And this goal, like in contracts, there's so much corruption in contracts, you need to help reformers in government, civil society, private sector, forge coalitions, build their collaborative leadership. And that's one of the areas we're working on. But since I'm out of time, I can address this in the question answer session. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. This is really interesting, particularly here in this area, because there's so much, this is Silicon Valley, there's so much excitement about technologies and open government and data and open data. Virtually every day there's a hackathon or something going on where people are working with open data. So it's falling on the right ears here. But Rachel, though, you are on the ground, you're doing evaluations. I don't know if there's enough data yet on these attempts at open governance and open budget and all of that. What are you seeing on the ground? How you view this?
Great, thanks, and great to be back here at the Global Philanthropy Forum. So I want to just start by mentioning what I see as one of the big changes in development over the last few years, which is the dramatic rise in the reliance on rigorous evidence to test what approaches work to reduce poverty and what approaches are less successful, and where things work and where they don't. And this rigorous testing has led us to understand that some conventional wisdoms that we thought we understood aren't actually true. And it's also brought to the fore some really innovative ideas, particularly that have come up from citizens groups and small local NGOs. And I think there's a reason why citizens groups, NGOs, social entrepreneurs have been at the forefront of this work, is that it's a couple of reasons. One is they're really great at innovating. They're willing to take risks, try new things, and if things don't work, they'll move on to something else. They've also really pioneered partnerships, innovative partnerships with academics. So you see, over the last few years, we've seen these partnerships develop with often small local NGOs trying something new, brainstorming with top academics from MIT, also Harvard, I should say. You weren't so far off. And trying new things, learning about what's worked elsewhere. We've had, again, some really interesting South-South brainstorming, and then testing these ideas. And finally, I think another reason why these groups have been so important is they understand that resources are limited. They recognize that they can't do everything. They don't have enough money. And what the academics did is said, well, let's take that constraint and think of it as an opportunity to rigorously evaluate. So what our group does is we take the concept of the randomized trial from medicine and apply it to social and economic programs. So if an NGO can only afford to work in 100 schools, we'll say, okay, go and find 200 that meet your needs. And then we'll randomly pick 100 of them And you can implement the program there, and then we can monitor the outcomes in the 100 schools that got the program and the 100 that didn't. And that allows you to very rigorously test the impact of the program. Now, this kind of research has been happening in economics and social programs for decades, but there have been a bunch of innovations that have made it cheaper, smarter, more flexible, so that it fits with the needs of people on the ground. And as you say, you should come back to economics, because we spend a lot of time on the ground now in people's homes, trying to understand how they think and what's really going on. And for me, I used to work at the IMF and in government, and it's extraordinary how coming into academia, I actually spent more time peering down wells in huts and villages and really understanding the local context, which I think is absolutely critical. Now, this work has expanded, from that early pioneer work to international agencies. The World Bank's doing a huge amount of this work. It's going into new areas. We're trying to figure out how to measure all sorts of concepts like women's empowerment, trust in post-conflict environment. How do we put a number on that? How do you, and there we're actually working a lot with anthropologists and using some of their techniques. And we're learning not just about whether a particular program works, but what motivates people? What are the underlying problems that are causing, for example, people to underinvest in preventative health, something we see throughout the world, from the US to Sierra Leone, where I work. People will pay a lot to cure a disease, but they're very reluctant to invest in preventative health. Why is that, and what can we do? And we're using a lot of psychology now to understand that, but also to design smarter programs. But I want to come back to the theme of this panel, which is how citizens can make government work more effectively. And we've seen this big rise in democracy throughout the developing world. And I guess people are sometimes a little jaded. We see a lot of corrupt politicians. We see them get re-elected, even though people know they're corrupt. So what's going on? We see teachers not showing up, just as Sanjay was talking about. How do we solve that problem? There's been a lot of work of the kind that Sanjay's talked about, of trying to get citizens involved locally to put pressure on, to improve services. And some of those have worked well, like they did in Uganda, and sometimes it hasn't worked at all well. And I think this is an area we've still got to do a lot of experimentation to understand why things work and why they don't. But something I'm excited about is, I feel like sometimes we gave up on democracy in that process. We expected the poor to monitor the teachers and make sure they show up. Now, I don't do that with my kids' teachers. I vote, and I expect the local government to monitor teachers themselves. So are there ways that citizens can get involved and make democracy itself work better and get politicians to be more effective? And there are a number of really interesting recent studies that have showed that that is a very effective approach. I want to talk about just a few of them. In Afghanistan, and these are all tested by randomized trials. So in Afghanistan, there was a campaign to take pictures of the voting returns at polling stations and record those and send them back, collect them nationally. And where people knew that was going to happen, where it was announced randomly this was going to happen, there was less corruption in the polling. In Kenya, there was a massive trial of sending out text messages to encourage people to register and to vote. Again, that increased turnout. In India, where an awful lot of MPs have criminal records, there was a work and a lot of corruption in the money that's given to MPs. There was a work by a local NGO, SNS, to compile report cards on members of parliament and feed that back to the citizenry so that they understood the different candidates, you know, whether they had a criminal record, how they'd spent the money that they'd been given. And even though the literacy rates in these communities were extremely high, the illiteracy rates were extremely high, we see a very sophisticated response of the citizenry to this information and really dramatic changes in who people are voting for. I've been involved in work in Sierra Leone where illiteracy is very high. 70% of the people we were working with have 0 years of education. And there are very few forms of getting information out to communities about their MPs. So you see what you see in a lot of the developing world, a lot of ethnic-based voting. So people in the north, people from the Timni group will vote for one party, people from the south will vote for another. And people, you know, the reaction is, well, what can you do? You can't change this very deep-seated, ethnically based voting. But the other perspective is maybe people are voting based on ethnicity because they don't know anything else about the candidates. Why not base your vote on ethnicity when you don't know who the candidates are? And so we worked with a local group funded through Search for Common Ground, who looked at, they videotaped debates between members of parliament, and then they screened those in communities around the country. And where that happened, we saw a massive increase in understanding about what the issues were in the campaign, who the candidates were, and we see a sharp change in people's willingness to vote for different candidates. So I think this really showed that even somewhere, and I was on Good Morning Sierra Leone recently, and the journalists were saying, but I don't believe it. You know, our communities, the people just vote ethnically. And I said, no, we've scientifically looked at that, and people are willing to change their vote if they understand who the candidates are and have seen them debate, and they know what their issues are. We also saw, again, people are worried that, debates in the US, we worry, well, they're just, you just end up voting for who is best looking. Or did you know, for example, that you can predict the outcome of a Senate race in the US by just showing people photographs of the Senate candidates? So there was a lot of concern that if you show a debate, you're just going to enhance those issues and not the fundamental issues. But what we see is that local people are voting for those candidates after seeing the debate. They're more likely to vote for candidates who have the same priorities as them. If I care about education, I'm going to vote for someone in education. So I'm really excited about the prospect of bringing citizens groups in to enhance the formal process of democratic accountability.
It's interesting. I'm personally involved with an organization called Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which is an amazing organization of reporters from all over the world, and they're tracking corruption trails through banks and all of that, and they're the ones who are uncovering all the Yanukovych's papers and piecing it all together. And one thing, you all kind of talked about governance and transformation of institutions, and we're kind of in this interesting period where we do have a lot of data, at least a lot of people have a lot more data, and it looks like almost, and people also can easily come together and they can change governments. Arab Spring, Ukraine, other places. But have we changed? Behind that, the process of actually creating, it's different to take down the government and vote somebody out. But has anything changed in terms of creating governance systems, government and governance, like putting it in place? We're seeing it again in Ukraine and other places. That have you seen, can we speed up that process, or what can we do? Or is that process still a very, very long, involved process? And is data a piece of that? Does it help? I mean, frankly, some of the examples you're using, I would love to use them in the US. It's a typical example of innovation coming back to the US, and we could use some of that here. But talk about data and building capacity and governance system. And you talked about the need for institutional changes, rearrangement. Can you talk more about what it means briefly, and then we'll open it to the floor.
Listening to all the great presentations, it occurred to me that there's a kind of challenge between macro issues and very specific programs which may improve this or that. And I think what is challenging is somehow you have to find some synergy between the two. And I'll give a very specific example. If you educate people, you have a very different conversation than if you're not educated. So who takes the responsibility for education? So you have to find a way to somehow have free, public, compulsory education. So countries which have done that, you have a very different conversation than those who have not done that. And states have a responsibility. I mean, that's a very basic relationship. I think what is fascinating for me is that in the new report we are highlighting that Scandinavian countries in the late 19th century, early 20th century, took very profound decisions about health, education, social insurance, and per capita income levels which are lower than what South Asia has now. Mm-hmm. But South Asia, the debate is about, government can't do it because government is not very effective, therefore we must go for private schooling or privately done health systems. The minute you have these kind of debates, it basically highlights that you need some basic investments. So that's the first point. The second point would be, there's also a debate within all of us who deal with these matters, that do you have good institutions as a result of development? Or do you need good institutions to produce development? So, and maybe the reality is somewhere in between. And therefore, technocratic fixes are fine, but they can only go so far, because in the end, national leaders and national institutions have to do the heavy lifting and find ways to move things forward. And I contrast even the issues of democracy between, say, China and Pakistan. China, you have a communist party which knows that for its own longevity, it has to produce measurable improvements in people's lives. In Pakistan, we have all the trappings of democracy, regular elections, but it's a very different kind of conversation because the poor are not part of that conversation easily, even though they vote regularly. So I think the life is very complex, but I think partnerships are key. But we also have to understand that you have to link somehow the macro with the micro. It's just very difficult only working at the micro or only working at the macro. And I like this whole notion of this idea of redefining citizenship. I think that's the core, because people are more educated. They know what's happening. Farmers in Africa on the mobile are very up to date on politics in the US, for that matter. So they know that their rights mean something, and they know that they want to insist on it. Now, whether the institution can respond to it, I think all that is good, even though it's unsettled period right now on the mismatch between what they expect and what people can actually respond. And in the end, Amartya Sen, his book on development is as a freedom. Individuals have a huge way of influencing the world in which they live in. So if you empower them, if you increase their, what we call human agency, many things are possible. And that comes back to education and health again.
Marina, in answer to your question on governance systems, 3 points I wanted to make. One is there was a very nice framework that the World Development Report 2003 had put out on 3 routes of accountability to get better delivery of services. And you can locate all the strands of this conversation in that. The first strand was between citizens and elected officials. How do you get better elections, better accountability, which is what Rachel talked about. So that's one route. If you get better elections, better political, that's one route. They called it the long route of accountability because it takes time. The second is between elected officials and the bureaucracy. which may be what you may be referring to, which is how do you get the bureaucratic apparatus to be more responsive. And the third, which they call the short route of accountability, which has some of the examples I gave, but not all of them, which is about citizens directly holding providers to account or getting that feedback going. Ultimately, in terms of a governance system, you need all of this. And that second point, therefore, is that you need to be opportunistic, where you have the entry points on the long route, the short route, or the bureaucratic, and they're not either-ors. And this is exactly Khalid's point about the link between the macro and the micro. You need the long route of accountability, but you also need to be opportunistic and deliver services better. And the last point I would make is data and transparency is crucial to make any of these links work. You need better data for elections, you need better data in terms of whether citizens are receiving services, and you need better data for bureaucratic accountability, performance of public agencies. So I would look at it as a system, but be pragmatic, because we can't wait for all of these things in different types of contexts.
Yeah, and I think one part of it is with data is that people are now creating their own maps of the terrain. So it's not the data that comes from some agency. They can create maps of crime. They can create maps of all kinds of potholes and all of that. So that changes the dynamic also, how people look at what's important to them.
Yeah, and I'd say on that last point on data, and we have to be careful in thinking about what we can achieve by just putting out data, because people have to be able to understand it and be able to respond to it. So I think that's one of the interesting questions about why informing people of the bad services and starting a dialogue in Uganda was extremely effective. We tried the same thing in India on education, nothing. We told them, that the local schools weren't working and they weren't spending the money they were meant to, nothing. We tried another approach, which was, and this is how you can change things and teach your child to read. This was an evaluation of a group, Pratham, a very big NGO from India, and they tried, informing people about the quality of local schools, and these are the ways in which you can get reform in your local school, and people didn't respond. When they said, and here's how we'll train you to teach your children to read in an after-school camp, dramatic improvements in reading.
That's local context.
So then they said, well, we don't want to just do this out of school. We want to figure out how to end up changing the public system. So I think I exactly agree with Sanjay that you've got to find the right entry points in a given system. And while I was talking, today, because we have a short amount of time about the electoral governance, there's also a lot of work on building these microsystems at many different levels. We've got to figure out, we're getting kids in school now, but a lot of them aren't learning to read. We've got to make the quality of education, the quality of healthcare better. And I agree fundamentally that that's what, if we teach, improve the quality of services, and people learn, get good human capital, education, and health, they'll figure out how to fix the rest.
And I think what's really exciting about it also is that citizenship then becomes a way of educating the population also, which we sort of separated the two, and now we're bringing them together. I want to open it to questions. If you have questions, there are mic runners here. If you can just stand up and say your name and affiliation. Let me see. I see a hand over there, and it's dark here and here. Okay. Here we're going to go over there, and then here, and then here, and then over there if we have time. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Abarakwe. I'm from Nigeria. My question goes to UNDP and to all the panels. What is the role of young people in redefining development? I haven't heard anyone mention young people throughout the conversation. Thank you.
So, the role of young people and brief answer.
Take a few.
Do you want to do that? Let's hear other questions. Yeah.
I'm Radhika Shah. I'm the chapter leader of the local Ashoka Silicon Valley Foundation chapter here, and the founder of a group, Rajiv Circle, which is supported by the Motwani Jadeja Family Foundation. I live in the world of technology, and Sanjay, it was fascinating to hear about what you're talking about. My question is around technology and its role in participatory budgeting, as well as citizens' voices being heard. Here we come across people from like CGNet Swara, which is revolutionizing tribal India with a mobile solution for citizen journalism. And there's a brilliant Stanford professor, Ashish Goel, who's doing participatory decision-making using social media. But these people are struggling to connect with other organizations. And it was wonderful to hear about everyone partnering. What is a practical way as we come across such people to connect them into the systems you're talking about, people here and people anywhere in the world? Is there a way to make people more aware of that and plug in these people that they could, other people could leverage this technology?
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, you had a question? Yeah, and somebody over here. And if you can be pithy in your questions, that would be great.
I can be. It resonates with the last one. You referred to this. This is extraordinary work that's going on, but to be successful, it has to link with those who can publicize it and can engage citizens. And some places, citizens are afraid to act. And so I think, given that you're from Ashoka, I mean, Ashoka is an example of a network that is at the grassroots around the world. There are many others in this room. So I know you can't answer the question in this one panel, but I hope we can talk about it over the next few days, because that to me seems the missing link right now.
It seems like a great conversation for the small group to actually do something about this. Let's see, there's a question over there and over here. Yeah, I got you. Okay. And then we're going to do a round of, see how much we can cover.
Hi, I'm Dan Robbins. I'm Executive Director of Kapnick Trust, Pediatric AIDS Fund Zimbabwe. We do programming exclusively in Zimbabwe. Just the geo-mapping that you're talking about and really developing that, and this goes back to also technology, it seems to we're at a time now where we've been operating in Zimbabwe 15 years, fairly large national programs, but there's such lack of transparency of who else is doing what, where, when. I mean, part of the reason I'm here today is just finding out who's doing what, where, when. And not only would it be great to hold government institutions accountable, I think that's important as well, but I think also to hold ourselves accountable, having greater transparency for who's producing what. It's great to do analysis and study. It's very expensive to do those analysis and study, but they often are not heard, and then somebody else will start another program not using that model, even though it's well shown to do good things. So we're reinventing the wheel. I'm just wondering, as you look at that geo-linking, which is very powerful and it's exciting to hear about that effort, how do we create a better map and transparency for ourselves as well?
So you mean like philanthropic organizations and NGOs that are doing work?
So that we have that same transparency, accountability amongst our peers. We do reporting, we do things, but the more visible it is, and also amplify, there's so many opportunities beyond that, amplifying each other's work. And one of the travesties I've seen is great projects funded and then really not having the maturation or communication between small foundation, bigger foundation, larger foundation. So many projects are brilliant, charismatic, engaged people on the ground in rural areas, but there's simply no linkage between that small grant from fire, there's wonderful organizations doing small grants. How do we work together? So having that transparency, and both as a means for efficiencies, but also an accountability and transparency for ourselves. How productive are we?
Great. And the last question here. And
I'm Virgilio Viana from Brazil. First, congratulations, very nice concepts and cases that you have described. And we're implementing similar approaches in the Amazon in Brazil. But it seems to me, and this in a way builds on the previous question, that there are a lot of very nice solutions out there in the world. There are lots of them, and you have described some. And this may point to a very obvious thing. How can we share more of these solutions? And the concept of South-South, which is becoming increasingly popular, is one that should be more explored. So my question is, how could we do more of these South-South exchanges and increase adoption of technologies that are already proven successful?
So a lot of questions about mapping existing efforts and connecting them into greater impact. And there was a question about youth. So I don't know.
Maybe I can take a couple of them.
Sure.
I think, thank you so much for the question on young people. You know, when we were looking at the Arab Spring and trying to understand why did it really happen, and we tried to look at the data and evidence, what was striking was the core issues of jobs and young people coming into a labor market and not finding jobs, being educated but not finding jobs. And that translated a lot of built-up resentment. And if you look at how the future looks, the projections are that the job gap is not going to be bridged unless we change the way we look at these things quite dramatically. So you have people who are better educated, you have people who are more connected, but something has to shift in order for that youth dividend, the youth energy, to be actually translated into more stable societies. I think you have the challenge certainly for sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of young people entering into the labor markets and the future, also for South Asia. In other countries, actually the populations are beginning to slow down quite a lot. So how young people are dealt with, how they are nurtured, is going to decide a lot about the future of those societies. The people talk about the demographic dividend as a good thing, as a good plus. It can also be a demographic nightmare if you do not manage that relationship well. And I'll take the last question on the South-South. I think what is amazing is how rapidly countries have moved in the last decade. This is actually a one-decade story. Very dramatic things have happened. And a lot of those things happened because developing countries did their own thing. They didn't necessarily accept advice many of us give. They just found creative solutions at the national level, at the provincial level. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity of sharing. I think this link between Brazil and Africa is, particularly for Lusophone Africa, is great. We set up the International Poverty Reduction Center in China just for that purpose. Because what was fascinating was that poverty reduction experience in China is phenomenal. They lifted 600 million people out of poverty, but very few people knew what had happened and why it had happened. So these were different. I think we will see much more of that as the South-South links mature and progress. It's very difficult to go from a southern country to another southern country, even when they're neighbors, because of the historic way links have been established. And I think all that is changing quite rapidly. The projections are by 2020, there'll be 20 million Chinese going overseas as tourists every year. And once they've gone to Europe and other places, they want to discover the world. But there are no easy links from one place to the other, and that is true everywhere. Brazil, India, increasingly Africa. So I think we'll see a tremendous shift in that, and I think what you're talking about, South sharing, is the core of that at all levels, and the more we do, the better it is. And maybe a final comment. There was no mention of the Millennium Development Goals, and I hope there'll be a better conversation on that. There's a huge movement out there going on, and not just the governmental level, but at the civil society level. Over 1 million voices have been integrated into very structured conversations on what should be the successor arrangements of the Millennium Goals. The post-2015 agendas are very profound, and how we deal with them will decide the future of the world. And it would be wonderful if all the people gathered here, and I know that colleagues are going to have this breakfast meeting, so I'm doing a plug for them as well, for UNDP and the Hilton Foundation, that get involved. This is your world, this is your planet, and this is your future. Thank you.
I was hoping you would mention Millennium Goals. So great.
Thanks. So on the question from Nigeria on youth groups, I wanted to just say that in terms of these various transformations, let me just give you one example where youth groups can play an incredible role, which is in getting together and amplifying the voices of the poor. And I'll give you a concrete example. We were doing an urban project in Tandale in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. It's a very poor slum. And there was no information on what the assets that the community had. You just knew where a church and a mosque was on a map. That's all. Tandale couldn't have existed for that matter. And university students in Dar es Salaam partnered with community slum dwellers and used mobile phones to map, just like Marina was saying. They themselves geo-mapped their whole community to say where were the health points, the water points, the schools. And then they mapped citizen feedback, the students did, on which health points, which water points were not working. And you could aggregate it in red bubbles, which red bubbles became the collective voices of the poor. This was done by the youth groups. And youth groups can play an incredible role in a number of areas, but certainly in this. And if you know youth groups that want to work in this, they can apply for grants with the Global Partnership for Social Accountability that I talked about. They can get grants to amplify that voice, and governments can respond to that. First, that was the first point. On the point from Ashoka, and the very innovative work, which I didn't know, thank you, I'd love to know more, on what's happening in tribal India and how to connect to others. The first thing is there is a network of civil society organizations in Asia, many of them, but there's one devoted to that kind of thing, which is called the Affiliated Network of Social Accountability. The one for South Asia is based in the Philippines at Ateneo University. And it would be very good for them to connect to peers who are doing this. And this links up to the question on South-South exchange and what Khalid said. I think we are doing a lot of South-South exchanges between governments, working with the UN and with governments. Not enough is happening amongst civil society organizations on this innovations that foundations are supporting and many others. So I wanted to propose something. Just a thought came to my mind. I chair a South-South facility, which is a unique trust fund where most of the donors are middle-income countries. You know, most of the funds have the OECD countries. This one has China, India, Brazil, Russia, and so on. Now, that's usually financing South-South exchanges amongst governments. And if there was interest, we could create a window with foundations and others which facilitates South-South exchanges amongst civil society organizations on this. If you're interested, you can contact me and so on. The last point on geomapping is a very good one. And what I wanted to share with you, one thing is we do need to indeed geomap ourselves meaning the entire community represented here, donors, and so I'm just beginning with that point. And I do want to suggest a concrete mechanism again. The Open Aid partnership that has been launched, which was initially the World Bank and donors, has now increased to international civil society organizations. Foundations have joined, some foundations have joined. That could be a platform where you can jointly geomap all assistance, government, civil society, foundations, this, that. And I invite you to contact us because there are already foundations and civil society. So, you know, it's fascinating. You see a map of Malawi, for instance, and you can see 20 donors, foundations, and so on, all showing where their projects are located and correlated with infant mortality or poverty reduction. You can locate it all on a map. Malawi is one of the countries. We're now working in 3 or 4 countries to actually show how this can be done, and we'd be happy to work with you. I have to apologize one thing. I have to go catch a flight because I have a meeting in Washington. But my colleague Penelope Lewis is here. If any of you want to follow up on any of these things, send me an email or Penelope can follow up.
Great.
Thanks. I wanted to get back to this idea that, you know, there's lots of different work being done by different groups. And I agree it can sound incredibly confusing because you hear different stories, this worked, this didn't. That was actually one of the reasons why JPAL was established. This is the center at MIT that I run. And we bring together a network of 100 academics in universities around the world. And we try and do sort of proper synthesis of what does all the evidence say out there, because particularly for donors, it can be very confusing to sort out the kind of cacophony of noises and stories out there. And I think it's important, as I say, not just to say, does this project work, does it not? But what are we understanding from the whole landscape of all the different things that have been tried, and when do things work and where do they not? So this is one, I mean, there are other people doing it. The bank puts together similar analysis. But you can talk to me or reach out through our website. We also have regional offices. So there are similar centers to what we're doing at MIT in the regions. The University of Cape Town for Africa, Paris School of Economics for Europe, University of Indonesia for Southeast Asia. So these are all places where they can help synthesize the results. And I also want to say that there are an increasing number of funding opportunities that say that, for example, Development Innovations Ventures at USAID, which says, let's take the things for which there's evidence and scale them. We will, if you come with innovative new ideas and there's evidence that they work, we want to scale them. And I think that's an exciting complement to what we've been talking about, so that we don't just have, endless small pilots of things that work, but there are people saying, let's take those pilots, and if you can prove that they're effective, we'll help you to scale them at a much bigger level.
Great. Thank you so much. I know we just scratched the surface of this very rich conversation, but thank you very much for participating. And let's see. There will be lunch will be served now, and then the next plenary session will begin here at 1:15. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will be beginning in just a minute. We appreciate it. All right, let's go to the intro and spark. Go ahead and go to the title slides. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard and Judith Selby Lang.
Are we here?
Should we be in the light?
Yeah.
How's that? We don't need the podium. No, come on. Come on over.
I like the podium.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. We are so pleased to be here today. We can't thank you enough for inviting us. We never could have had the idea that picking up trash from the beach would bring us to such a global philanthropy forum.
Well, we are the world's smallest NGO. It's the two of us.
2 people, 1,000 yards of one beach. In 1999, we began this incredible journey picking up trash. And over the years, we've collected from this one beach in the Point Reyes National Seashore, just north of San Francisco, over 2 tons of plastic debris that we fashion into artwork.
But I should say we're only picking up the good stuff.
Yeah. How do we do the slides here? I need help.
Push the button.
I'm pushing. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, our time is going by. Kehoe Beach in the Point Reyes National Seashore is where we had our first date in 1999. A love of a place, a person, and a planet ensued.
So we're on our first date, and Judith picks up a piece of plastic. and I say, are you going to keep that?
And he picks a piece of plastic, and I say, are you going to keep that? And out of that forged an incredible collaboration. You might imagine our heartbreak when we go to the beach, and it looks like there's been a party going on. There's a confetti strew of small and large pieces of plastic. And when we go to pick up, we say that we are curating the beach more than cleaning the beach because we're artist first.
So imagine our surprise in the middle of this great despair of finding this stuff on the beach, we find a Monopoly house.
Pretty great. So,
and we were warned before we came here. They said, you're going to talk about Monopoly? That's an American game. Come on. It's been translated into 130 languages. It's been localized to 2,700 cities around the world. The latest is Lagos, Nigeria.
But what we love about this tiny piece of plastic, this one small speck in that vast strew, is that it has an incredible story to tell, and a story that's really relevant to us being here today.
So as we looked up Monopoly, we find it was not invented by Parker Brothers in 1938, but really was invented by a woman named Lizzie Magie, who was an acolyte of a famous economist who was making games so that people could have the feeling of the economy. And so she invented this game in order to evoke the shame at dominating your neighbors.
How'd that go? Not exactly, not exactly. So what does art have to do with all of this? We're called upon to be artist first here. And this idea of what we can bring to the table. So I'm reminded of a poem by W.S. Merwin called High Water, and we offer this as a kind of a blessing for our convocation today.
So this is High Water. W.S. Merwin, former poet laureate of the United States. Look him up. He's great. The poem High Water. The river is rising, and with the breathless sound of a fever, the bank along each shore trembles and is torn away. A few steps up on the bank, the rows of faces watch under their dripping hats. When the faces draw closer together, they talk as members of one family, saying what should be moved if they have to move it. They talk of the gardens of the hills and what the spring means to the summer. And they speak even of the lake and the mountains, which they own together and agree once again never to sell.
We invite you to join us this evening. We have many, many other stories to tell. We will be doing a hands-on workshop. You will be able to join us in our creative process. We've brought piles of plastic. All of the plastic we will be working with this evening, either Richard or I have hand-picked. We have selected for this evening. We have bent over and picked up, bent over and picked up thousands of pieces of plastic. We call it our stoop yoga, and we invite you to join us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we should give them another hand because I was going to just say because they had a red golf ball in there, which I've never seen. I don't know what you do with a red golf ball. Hi. Thank you, Richard and Judith, for your ingenuity spark. Everyone here will have a chance to engage with them at the creation station, where you'll be able to create art from the plastic that they and others have found in the ocean, which I think will be a lot of fun. My name is Larry Brilliant. I'm the president and CEO of the Skoll Global Threats Fund. I'll tell you more about that later. But I'm going to be moderating this plenary, which is called Ensure Sustainability, Preserving the Earth's Biodiversity and Physiology. This is the plenary that introduces the problem-solving working groups of the Planet track. And I'd just like to thank Jane for inviting me back. It's really nice to be back. It's been a while. It's nice to be back among family again. Thank you. Now I get the opportunity to invite Nancy Birdsall to come on up. Nancy is the president of the Center for Global Development. She has extensive experience for such a young woman in development research, policy and management in various organizations like the World Bank, Inter-America Development Bank, and she will try to begin by providing some context for tackling development changes and the climate dilemma. Nancy.
Thank you very much, Larry, and thank you to Jane Wales and the community that she has fostered of all of you out there. I think it's really quite extraordinary. I asked myself when Jane asked if I would give a talk here, why me? I saw that the context was citizen action, and I saw that the specific session was on the Earth's biodiversity and physiology, on which I am no expert. And I saw that I would be talking to people, many of whom are from Silicon Valley, and I come from Washington, D.C., which is kind of the other world. And so I thought I better not give you the typical policy nerd speech, that it would be better to tell you a story. So I'm going to tell you a story about a colleague of mine named David Wheeler, whom I consider the unsung hero of forest preservation in the developing world. Then I'm going to tell you what David's story has to do with this forum and this session on the Earth's biodiversity and physiology. And then I'm going to end with a kind of plea to all of you out there, whom I consider, all of you, by virtue of your being here, global citizens in the best sense of the word. So let me start with David. He's a former colleague of mine, an academic, researcher, economist, econometrician, a quant kind of guy. Also, however, a problem solver. And I met David when he came to the World Bank at a time when the World Bank was under a lot of pressure in the mid-'80s to be dealing with environmental issues and sustainability. And he got interested and made himself into an environmental economist. One of the things that he did as a researcher was spend a lot of time working on a series of projects in Indonesia that had to do with reducing water pollution. He did research on the impact on polluters' behavior of public information disclosure, which was part of the deal that was made in the context of World Bank financing for reducing water pollution. One of the things he told me years later is that with information to the public about the pollution behavior of the big companies, big industrial firms in Indonesia, it had an impact. For example, the big banks actually started to alter the interest rates that they charged their borrowers, the big firms, as a function of their pollution behavior, on the grounds that those who were polluting a lot were presumably badly managed and then higher risk borrowers. The project in Indonesia, including this public information disclosure, became a model for water pollution prevention projects all over Asia, in Vietnam, in the Philippines, in China. And I think it gave David a sense that public information disclosure matters. And you heard a little bit about this in the earlier session from Sanjay from the World Bank, the power of people knowing what's going on. I urged David Wheeler to come to the Center for Global Development, the think and do tank that I had in about 2005, because I could see he was a terrific researcher, a real serious academic guy, and we want to have world-class scholars who have credibility on the issues they work on, and also a problem solver, a do sort of person. And David got interested in forests. And he got frustrated because he's a data guy. And what he found is that it's
it was hard to get data on deforestation trends and facts in tropical forest countries like the Congo, Brazil, Indonesia, many others, parts of Africa. The problem was that the data were being collected by academics and scientists, where the premium in academic terms was on accuracy and detail. And in the community concerned with climate issues, there was a high premium on very specific information about the carbon content of different forest areas and literally different trees. But it was taking up to 5 years and sometimes more before these data were available to the larger public, to the research community, and to citizens. So there was no way to use the kind of interventions that the public, that disclosure that's timely was making in the case of, say, water pollution in Asia at the country level. So even today, the fact is that only Brazil, among all developing countries, has a really well-developed on-the-ground system of monitoring, reporting, and verification of changes in forest cover, and thus in rates of deforestation. And in Brazil, it is becoming something that's kind of crowdsourced, and citizens actually generate alerts, as well as the official system uses alerts when, for example, it's clear that there's illegal burning of forests associated with agro-industry. Well, David got very excited because he realized at some point that NASA has these satellites, right, that are circling the Earth all the time. And the satellites are taking pictures all the time. He got together with a couple of brilliant research assistants at the center, and they, in effect, wrote the code that links the pictures that the satellites are generating to changes in forest cover at the ground level. The algorithm, the platform, I'm not even sure what to call it myself, but anyway, they did something that resulted in high resolution, high frequency, monthly data on changes in forest cover across the developing world. They ground truthed it in Brazil, where, as I said, there was on the ground process for monitoring and reporting. And David called the resulting platform FORMA, F-O-R-M-A, which stands for Forest Monitoring for Action. That's the problem-solving part. Action including through citizen engagement and involvement. Eventually, we asked the World Resources Institute, another think tank in Washington, to take on FORMA and deepen it, make it more user accessible. And the World Resources Institute, with us, has entered into a partnership with Google and other sponsors. It's a $20 million operation now at even higher frequency and lower levels of aggregation on the ground. I love this story. That's why I told it to you, because it kind of takes David Wheeler, my colleague, from the bowels, of policy, public policy think tank and World Bank in Washington, wonkdom, here to Silicon Valley, high tech, big data, innovation. So let me tell you my sense of what David's virtual journey from Washington, D.C. to Silicon Valley has to do with what this forum is about. Research and data are one part of an ecosystem in which we are all participating. It's an ecosystem with respect to forests that's bringing together people and institutions concerned with the devastating risks that climate change poses for the world's poor countries and poor people, and thus the risk to the whole development project that climate change represents. So research and data are one part of the ecosystem. A second part is citizen activism, something that's going on here right now. So what I think of as benign lobbying, right? And in a few moments, Carol Larson from the Packard Foundation is going to tell you about the role of citizen activists in a big victory for forest preservation in Indonesia that she might not say, but I want to tell you, was enabled in part by the ability of citizens and civil society groups to pinpoint the source at the plantation level of the fires that were burning in Indonesia about a year ago, and to take steps as a result of that. So that's two parts of the ecosystem, data and research and what us policy wonk people do, and what citizen activists can do. There's a third part of the ecosystem that you heard a little bit about today in the earlier session, and that I want to also emphasize, which is what governments do and what global institutions do, what public policy is and how it matters, whether governments do or don't do certain things, what the World Bank does, and what's happening at the United Nations as well. Sometimes the combination of information and citizen activism is enough to make a big difference. And I think many of you out there are engaged in all kinds of activities where it may well be enough. But I do think on some issues it's not enough. There has to be changes and fixes to public policy at the country level and at the global level. That's particularly the case in climate. It's just not possible to imagine that we are going to tackle the problems that climate change is going to cause and is causing already for the world's poor and for building middle-class societies that are prosperous and stable, where there's justice for people, without a fix in the public policy arrangements at the global level and at the country level. How do we create incentives in the absence of the big global deal that many of us are frustrated about and isn't happening yet, but let's hope does happen in 2020? How do we create incentives for governments like Indonesia with commercial pressures in the palm oil sector, like Guyana with gold mining pressures, like Liberia, pulp and paper, timber and logging, iron ore? We need incentives for these governments to deal with the tremendous commercial pressures that are coming from the global market. Even the most responsible governments at the highest levels in developing countries don't have the institutions, don't have the policing and the court systems to resist the constant pressures to do concessions that generate revenue. In addition, concessions create jobs, and that feels like modernity and progress for people who are poor in the developing world. Even if those jobs cannot be sustained in the long run, even if it's undermining human rights, indigenous peoples' rights, and so on. Market pressures in a global economy in which clean air and water and oceans and other renewable resources are simply underpriced, and in which, in the absence of a price on carbon, forests are undervalued. So there's at least one interim solution, which is that we give governments incentives to resist those pressures and to enforce their own rules and regulations. That takes big money. Norway has been a pioneer. It's very interesting that Gro Brundtland is here. Norway has been a pioneer in making deals with Brazil, where it's working really well, with Indonesia and Guyana, which pays those governments on the basis of verified performance in their reducing their rates of deforestation. And don't forget that verification comes in part from the reality that David Wheeler created with Forma and now Global Forest Watch. It takes big money, though, big public money. In the case of the US, you know, if $2 billion a year out of the $30 billion a year that we spend on foreign aid could be used to pay governments after the fact on the basis of verifiable performance, that would be a bridge in terms of valuing forests and compensating and creating incentives for countries to do better, to the day in 2020 when we hope there will be a carbon market. Let me end with a plea. If you are here, as I said, you are a global citizen, aware of these global development challenges, interested in developing the right kind of world for all of us in the future. My plea is that whatever your issue is, whether it's forests or water or inclusive finance or educating girls or health or illicit financial flows, that you find ways to inform yourself about the entire ecosystem, that you at least inform yourself about this wonky policy business at the government level, at the level in Washington, more than in Silicon Valley, and that you bring your own experience and passion and commitment to whatever part of that ecosystem is the one where you can be most effective, but you keep yourself informed about the big picture at what I sometimes call the high altar at which we worship in Washington, D.C. of public policy. Thank you very much.
Hello again. Thank you, Nancy. That was really terrific. And while our panel is going to be on the planet, I'm really pleased that Nancy kicks it off by underscoring the primacy of the issue that we all face in climate change. And climate change is the great exacerbator for many of us of all the work that we do. At the School Global Threats Fund that I have the privilege of leading, we work on pandemics, we work on water, we work on climate change specifically, we work on bad weapon systems, nuclear weapons, other forms of weapons of mass destruction, and regional conflicts. But at the heart of all of them, climate change makes our work harder in every way. It's hard to imagine a global problem that is not made more complex by climate change. So today our panelists are going to talk from various different perspectives, provide us various different anecdotes or vignettes to illustrate the work that they and their organizations do and that they feel passionate about. And I think each time, if we think of what the organizing principle for the health of the planet is, the issues of sustainability, stewardship of resources, increasing population migration, will come back as our organizing principle to the issue that we face in climate change. So our wonderful panel includes Sandy Andelman, and Sandy is the Chief Scientist and Senior Vice President of Conservation International. She's also the founding Executive Director of Vital Signs, a monitoring system that fills a critical need for diagnostic indicators on agriculture, ecosystem health, and human well-being. To my left is Carol Larson, who you heard Nancy talk about, who's the president and CEO of one of the largest and most important foundations in the world, the David and Lucille Packard Foundation. Packard is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Carol is celebrating her 10th anniversary as president. I should stop now and let you applaud. While they have contributed significantly to global collaborations around cap and trade and incenting changes in policy, the work that may be of most relevance and interest to this discussion may be the investments that Packard has made in community-based approaches in their work in deforestation that encourage the involvement of citizens, especially indigenous communities. The involvement of community members is crucial to planning, enforcement, and the long-term sustainability of the efforts of Packard, but also the efforts of all of us. I look forward to exploring how this approach also is reflected in their work supporting sustainable maritime fisheries and many other things, where I hope the conversation will go. David Wilk, it is David Wilk. Unfortunately, there's a typo, a wordo, in the agenda that you've been given, the printed agenda. Oh, David is an upgrade. We're really pleased to have David Wilk here, the lead climate change specialist and acting chief in the Climate Change and Sustainability Division at the Inter-American Development Bank. He coordinated the development of the bank's climate change strategy and their action plan. So we're going to have a chance now with these three wonderful people to pursue all the issues of the planet, the health of the planet, and climate change, and we're going to kick it off with Carol.
Thanks a lot, Larry. That's a big agenda. So I know it's the start of a great 3-day conference, and I'm so glad to be back here again and address this group. I do want to say a little bit about the themes that Jane has said and now Nancy has said about the wisdom of combining heart and mind, of logic and creativity, of having the ingenuity moments, as well as the discussions about strategy. As I mentioned, our foundation, I think I'm going in and out. Anyway, should I do anything? Okay, as Larry mentioned, our foundation is celebrating its 50th anniversary, and we are a family foundation. So it's the family foundation established by David and Lucille Packard. David, of course, was co-founder of Hewlett-Packard. And today our board is half family and half general trustees. And we really do try to combine in the $300 million that we give away each year, the power of both the heart and the mind. Everything we work on were issues of interest and passion of David and Lucille, and continue to be interests and passions of the family today. Anyway, so we'll get the mic thing settled, but yell if you can't hear me. But the theme of this conference, of course, is not just heart and mind, but also global goals and citizen solutions. And I want to pick up with the story that Nancy started to tell. And I love the way she was talking about an ecosystem, because I think one of the best things about philanthropy, one of the best tools that we have, or assets or characteristics, is to step back and look at the whole ecosystem and to have the flexibility and agility to fund different pieces of that ecosystem as the context changes. So let me just tell as quickly as I can, we have about 8 minutes each, to about 2 areas of interest that we've had at Packard. The first one is on climate change mitigation. And specifically, I wanted to finish up a story, or at least tell the next chapter of what Nancy started about palm oil. As you know, preventing deforestation is an important lever, one of the most important levers in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and slowing climate change. Palm oil is a rapidly growing in popularity product, a miracle product, some people talk about it, with 1,000 different uses, from being used in Girl Scout cookies to cooking oil to candy bars to ice cream to shampoo. And it's growing in popularity because it is easy to grow and it has a high yield per acre. And so it's been growing about 9% a year in terms of sales globally. And so great organizations like the Center for Global Development, great bilateral institutions and development institutions like the Norway government that you mentioned, we're doing a lot of work in terms of how can they slow the rates of deforestation that were forests being cleared to make way for the palm plantations. And so, as Nancy said, you need a whole ecosystem. And there had been moratoriums that had been passed in Indonesia about palm oil expansion, but it was stalling and it wasn't moving very quickly. Packard stood back 3 years ago, along with several other foundations, and said, what more can we do to speed up progress in this area? And so we started to fund a number of, there were voluntary certification processes, but we also started to fund citizen engagement. Greenpeace, Rainforest Action Network, we started to fund Ceres, and also the Aid Environment Organization out of the Netherlands that focused on investment decisions. We started to fund Climate Advisors, which works with companies, and Forest Trust, which works with companies that want to make a change. So basically looking at the supply chain at all those places, the consumer activism, the working with companies that want to make a change, and also trying to pressure the investment decisions through organizations like Ceres or Aid Environment. And just at the end of last year, the largest trader in palm oil around the world, Wilmar International, announced that it would adopt a no deforestation, no peat, that's peatlands is one of the areas that gets converted for growth of palm oil, and no exploitation policy. 40% of the world market is influenced by Wilmar. In addition, Kellogg's has made a commitment. A number of other companies have made commitments like this. And as Nancy said, we believe that it takes actions like CDG, it takes actions from government, it takes actions from the citizens groups, and you as philanthropists get a chance to step back and learn about those ecosystems and to deploy your money where some others perhaps can't. And if activism isn't your bag, there are other places that you can do, like supporting CGD. But that was a huge breakthrough, and of course now we have to deliver on that promise in terms of actually getting those standards in place. And it's going to take an ecosystem for that as well on all of these fronts. So I know my time is running out, so I just wanted to talk about one more area of citizen engagement around global goals, another area where the Packard Foundation long-term investment, and that is around marine reserves. We really do care about biodiversity in the ocean for both the value of biodiversity, but also for the productivity of the oceans, for the livelihoods, the economic stability that they provide. And of course, the Western Pacific is one of the most biodiverse areas in the world, and it also has many millions and hundreds of millions of people who are dependent on the oceans for their livelihood. Places like Fiji and Palau have relatively weak governance systems to deal with protecting those nearshore oceans. So a little over a decade ago, working with Wildlife Conservation Society, World Wildlife Fund, and also some of the universities and NGOs in Fiji and Palau, we started to work with local communities who did depend on the near coast fisheries for their livelihood, to set up locally managed marine reserves. So these are small communities, traditional governance systems, but they really care about the health of the oceans outside of their homes. After about 7 years of these locally managed marine areas, there were over 300 of them in these Western Pacific islands. And a network, for example, in Fiji started to be formed among the locally managed marine areas. So there's been huge progress in terms of local communities taking responsibility for monitoring the health of their fisheries that they depend on. But of course, the world keeps happening, and pressure from tourism, from Asia, pressure for development, pressure on the governments, like Nancy was talking about. Those locally managed areas aren't going to be the solution. It's time for us, and we're working on this with other foundations, to connect up even more those locally marine managed areas to be influential with their regional governments and with their national governments. It's an interplay between both, back and forth. It takes both to make progress on these issues. So the final thing I'll say is that as philanthropists, you do get a chance to be agile and flexible, and I think one of the most important things is collaboration among philanthropists. And in both of these examples, we're involved with major collaborative networks, particularly ClimateWorks and the Climate Land Use and Alliance. And if you would like more information about it, check out our website or email me. But I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And I think that's right in the sweet spot of what we're talking about when we talk about planet physiology, sustainability, and stewardship. And you talked about palm oil and fisheries. Those are two great exemplars of the issues that we face. And you talk about monitoring, which is what Nancy also talked about when she mentioned satellite monitoring. And satellite monitoring as a way to give activists the tools to know where to go and who to intervene with. And I just came back 2 weeks ago. I don't know, you all know the Skoll Foundation and our wonderful leader there, Sally Osberg, who's going to be speaking here a little while. That's my sister foundation. And every year we have a meeting in Oxford. And this year one of the keynote speakers was with a company called Planet Labs. This is not an endorsement of a single company, but they represent a category of satellite launching companies that instead of launching very large $1 billion or $100 million satellites, they're launching constellations of $100,000 satellites. So the data acquisition are 2 orders of magnitude less expensive. And their motivation is different. They're doing this to get information to provide you and all of the NGOs that you're working with daily observational data of the Earth. And their ability to see fisheries that have been laid waste to, palm oil groves, palms that have been cut down, and deforestation all over is really breathtaking. So I'm optimistic that here we are in Silicon Valley, that the convergence of philanthropy and technology will indeed solve some of the problems that we face. And in that regard, coming right back to climate change, David, you're up.
Thank you very much, Larry, and thank you very much for inviting us to present a little bit our developments from our perspective. A lending institution with 24 borrowing members in the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, and 24 non-borrowing members. And we lend in the order of $11 billion a year to a range of projects that you probably have heard, and you know, in all sectors: infrastructure, social, education, health, etc. Looking at the first 3 hours of this engagement, I cannot avoid looking at or pointing at our sustainability principles, which are really at the core of our action and has been our flagship. And this is where most of our climate change actions are rooted. This is looking at social policy and equity. Many people here are interested in the poverty reduction. We are looking at institutions for growth, a strategy that we have, which is basically providing the right governance. Regional and global integration, which is looking at trade and South-South integration, and a private sector development, which is basically an explicit strategy that we have approved lately to boost the performance of our private sector windows in our activity. Now, our story goes back in climate about 8 years with the Sustainable Energy and Climate Change Initiative. We decided not to go into carbon markets, and we decided to provide more of a platform for technical assistance, managing donor funds, multi-donor funds. We responded to an interest of many of our donor countries to allocate monies to start building capacity and strengthening our stakeholders. After a few years, we managed to mobilize quite a few resources with quite a few replenishments. Lately, about 3-4 years ago, we adopted the strategy itself and an action plan. And the action plan has basically established the key priorities for bank activity in climate. One and foremost, adaptation, which is an area that has been financially lagging, I think, and given the amounts of resources needed for adaptive actions. On the mitigation side, very much addressing and tapping on the opportunities that our region has in terms of renewables. We're talking about solar solar potential, wind, marine, and geothermal, which has been largely unattended. So let me just bring you to two examples of how we have materialized some of this engagement in technical assistance and actually trying to create more sophisticated financial arrangements for action. On the mitigation side, given that deforestation, land use change and deforestation is one of our biggest challenges, 47% of our emissions come from that sector. We are looking at innovative schemes such as creating a bioclimate fund, for instance, to compensate forest growers and communities along transport corridors to protect forests. This is basically something that requires lots of engagement and special arrangements to basically come up with a kind of a scheme that looks like a payment for environmental services, but with more advanced verification methods, such as those pointed out earlier by Nancy here. This is verified performance. We are looking at private investors as well to complement what countries can provide for forest protection. In this case, we're talking about Colombia and Peru. On the renewables, there's a range of opportunities in areas that have a huge solar potential. We're talking about north of Chile, for instance, that can establish a very widespread and forward-looking energy provision through concentrated solar power. Lately, we are now very engaged in creating a geothermal facility that basically will start from a very low point in terms of developing the capacity for geothermal. This is in the case of Chile and Mexico. So we have a broad agenda to discuss. We believe that national public resources are not enough to carry out and face the challenges. As an institution, we have very heavily engaged in have been heavily engaged in mobilizing international resources as well. We have been very active in establishing programs, financing programs for under the Clean Investment Fund, specifically through the Clean Technology Fund, and we believe that the joint public and private sector engagement is critical, given the needs faced by the region.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. And Sandy, I think you're going to talk to us a little about monitoring so that we are able to follow the changes as they occur in real time. This wonderful group that you have by your side. Tell us a little bit about that.
Thanks, Larry. Conservation International used to be a traditional biodiversity organization. We worked on creating protected areas around the world, and we were very successful at that. But about 4 years ago, we took stock and really realized that creating protected areas wasn't enough, and that if we didn't really engage with development and change the trajectory of development, we simply couldn't succeed in the world we live in today. And my own background, I've spent really the last 40 years working in some of the most remote places in the world, figuring out how to measure biodiversity, track what's happening to ecosystems and the people who depend on them. But I'm also really kind of a data geek. And so from that perspective, about 4 years ago, we started a conversation with the Gates Foundation. And the Gates Foundation's agricultural development program focuses on smallholder farmers and people who farm areas the size roughly of a football field, and they depend on those areas for their food and their incomes. And so at the time we started that conversation, the Gates Foundation's agriculture program was focused on 3 things. So delivering better seeds, delivering better technology, and better access to markets so farmers could sell their products. And, it's a fabulous objective, and no one can really argue with the foundation's logic. But from our perspective, there was really something fundamentally missing, which was, no matter how good the seeds a farmer has, no matter, what technology they have access to, fundamentally, farmers and people everywhere really need nature to thrive. So without sufficient water, without healthy soils, without pollinators, it doesn't matter what seeds and technology a farmer has, a farmer can't thrive, and they can't sustain agricultural productivity without these services from nature. So we actually set about trying to prove that essentially there are a set of vital signs, the equivalent of the signs that a doctor uses, temperature and blood pressure, to evaluate whether people are healthy. And we set out to prove that there are a small set of vital signs that essentially we can use to manage the health of agriculture systems, the health of ecosystems, and the health of human systems in an integrated way. So essentially, we wanted to change the way we measure success. So traditionally, the measures of success for agriculture have been change in crop yield and change in income. So it's not surprising that agriculture degrades the environment because there haven't been measures of success for the environment. And similarly, the traditional measures of success for conservation have been the percent of the Earth's land and waters that are set aside in protected areas. So it's not surprising that there are conflicts between development and conservation. So working with a group of about 150 scientists and policymakers from all over the world, and particularly the Earth Institute and CSIR in South Africa, we have identified a set of measures, a set of vital signs that essentially enable us to track the health of farming systems, ecosystems, and human systems. And we've begun actually measuring these systems. We've started in Africa because 2/3 of the world's arable land not currently cultivated is in Africa. We're in vital signs is in 5 countries. So this is Tanzanians, Ghanaians, Rwandans, now Ugandans, measuring all of these things on the ground and using high resolution and moderate resolution satellite imagery to tie it all together and scale it up. And it's real, and it's not expensive, and it's already beginning to redefine success. The Gates Foundation's new agriculture strategy actually addresses the need to sustain natural resources for future generations. I was just with the Minister of Water from Tanzania, and he wants to convene ministers from 10 countries in Africa to share with them how the data from vital signs is changing decisions that the government of Tanzania is making. So I'll just end by saying that we have to really start managing the planet as a system, whether it's a household, a farm plot, a landscape, a nation, to the globe. We have to have the information that enables us to manage the planet as a system. And if you think about it, you know, when NASA sends astronauts into space, they have a life support system. And the foundation of that system is a set of life-critical measurements that enables managing the astronauts' supply of air, of water, and of food. And the situation we're in with our planet of shrinking resources, we need essentially a command and control system for monitoring the health of the planet and the health of people.
Okay, so now we get about 10 minutes to ask questions and talk among the panelists, and then you get to ask questions. So let me give you a head start to start thinking about the questions that you're going to ask, and then as before, there'll be monitors going around with microphones. And so think about your questions now, and I'll start with the first question. And it's not a new question, but I think it's at the heart of the problem that we face when we're dealing with increasing population, pressure on resources, all resources. In fact, I heard Jared Diamond once speak. He wrote Collapse, anthropologist at UCLA, and he said, we're running out of all of our resources. We're running out of water. We're running out of climate to store all the carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gases. We're running out of fish. We're running out of trees. But the most important thing that we're running out of, the resource that we're running out of fastest, and that's the most important, is time. We're running out of time. And the loggerheads that we find ourselves at, the developing world, the United States primarily says, I don't want to enter into a global compact and agree to restrict my use of fossil fuels, while the developing world is accelerating so quickly that anything we do would be drowned out by a resurgent China or India or Brazil. The developing world says, you know, you guys are pigs. You're the major source of the accumulated problem that we have. It's our turn. How can you stop us our legitimate right? And David said it perfectly. He said, this conflict between development and climate, between development and stewardship and sustainability, it's really one of the key issues that we face in climate change. What observations do you have from your perspective? I asked the panelists, how do we think about this? Carol, you want to take a crack at it? Send anybody? David?
Well, yeah.
Please.
Go ahead. Well, you're right. I mean, that's a fundamental conflict. I think an element of hope here is that on some of these big global threats, we're realizing our interdependence. And while there are historical and current day arguments about it's our time to consume or our time to have the same development in the same way that the Western world has, that the choice for that, and I think people realizing that the choice for that isn't there anymore because of our interdependence. So the same climate that and the same oceans that affect the United States, affect Latin America, affect China. And also that increasingly the efficiencies that any country can get by moving toward more sustainability are becoming apparent. So I think many of us are very interested in what's happening in China, where they're really balancing both the health and desires of the Chinese people for healthy living with their desire for development. And the good news is that there are some tools that the Chinese government is already deploying that can help meet both. But that balance of the water quality and the air quality with how will they develop is so important and is becoming more focused in that country. We started working there in 1998 in China with the China Sustainable Energy Program. At that point in time, our understanding was the Chinese government had about 4 people who were knowledgeable about renewable energy. And in California, we had already had a lot of progress on this, and we had like 400 in the state government. So what Packard did, working with UC Berkeley and Lawrence Livermore Labs and others, was to make available to the Chinese government the best experience in terms of renewable energy appliance efficiency. And I think today that expertise is much more there, and obviously there's a lot of momentum on those issues in China. But I do think that interdependence offers us some hope of doing it in a different way.
Well, just briefly, I think that when we bring our agenda locally to our stakeholders, cities or communities, we always find ourselves in terms of trying to argue about whether we go through the mitigation window or through the adaptation window. Obviously, the adaptation window looks and sounds more relevant locally. But I think that for us, a big challenge is to stop that divide and do a marriage of mitigation and adaptation objectives into something that will look a resilience environment, a resilient environment. And we're looking closely at convergence and complementarities between mitigation and adaptation, and I think that we have a plus there. Reducing deforestation provides great services in terms of biodiversity, hydrologic balance, and practices that will ultimately build resilience in local communities. So whether you emit or not, whether you are suffering as a consequence of global emissions, that issue becomes less relevant, and the argument about benefiting from both mitigation and adaptation is tangible. Energy efficiency is something that we should pursue, not because we are reducing emissions, because there's a clear economic savings in pursuing that objective. Sustainable transport in cities is something that we try to push for together with better land use planning. Why? Because it will create benefits not just in emission reduction, but in everything else as well. We are very keen in deepen our involvement in territorial approaches, geographic approaches, including watershed management, that will prove both mitigation and adaptation benefits as valuable.
Since you try to respond to that one, we're going to YouTube. The other one is going to be, just in the interest of time, to all people that are here who are beginning to embark on world climate change. Would you recommend that they work globally for a global treaty, or that they work on American political sentiment, on advocacy, since we seem to be the anchor that's holding back the world? Your choice.
That's a tough choice. I did want to say just briefly that one of the things that makes me hopeful about the trajectory of development is maybe surprisingly private sector companies, and really seeing the shift in the private sector in their attitude towards resources and managing resources more efficiently, because they're worried about their supply chains. But part of it also relates to your second question, Larry, which is with with social media, with Twitter, things like that. It's no longer possible for companies or for governments to really get away with bad behaviors, with managing resources badly, because it's on the internet, whether it's Ushahidi or Twitter. The responsibility is there, and I think it's a really powerful force for change.
Thank you. So now we have remaining time for you to ask any questions you want, and we're going to solve all the problems of the world, the planet, resources, sustainability, and we have our first question over there. If a monitor would please bring this.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Carla. I'm from Brazil. I'd like to ask you if the vital system, the vital science system, if it's included an economic dimension to it. And another question to the panel is, what do you think is the main challenge to include externalities in the real value of products and services? what do you think is the main challenge to include externalities, which are all the environmental products and whatever that we use, in the real value of products and services?
So I'll repeat it. I think, how do we figure out an economic system that internalizes the negative externalities associated with climate change and the environment? Is that correct? And the whole life cycle system.
So yes, Vital Signs does include an economic dimension. And part of what we did, we started with the World Bank's Living Standard Measurement Survey, which is an instrument used by countries worldwide to measure poverty, and added into that the environmental measures. So in fact, we can measure what's the value to farmers in Tanzania of forests. And in Tanzania, farmers are earning about 50 cents a day from agricultural production, and we found that they're getting another 56 cents a day in services free from nature. So in energy, they're getting from burning fuel wood or charcoal, in protein from wild fish and bushmeat, in nutrients that they're mining from their soils. So in essence, what Vital Signs found was that if Tanzania loses its forests, the government is going to have to double crop yield, not to lift 2 million people out of poverty, which is their aim. If they lose their forests, they're going to have to double yield just for farmers to have the same standard of living they have today.
So if I could have other people raise your hand, even if you're not the next one, call so the monitors can find you and we can go quickly.
Can I say something about the externalities and bring that in? So I just wanted to mention a couple. One is I think that investor and consumer demand is going to lead to more accountability in terms of including environmental externality costs to decision making by companies or governments. And I just wanted to give a shout out to one project that we haven't invested in yet, but Moore Foundation, Bloomberg and others, the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board effort, which is to take a FASB kind of model and make it a part of a standardized reporting of companies to include sustainability indicators. And they have a website, and it's a very interesting effort. So I think it's that kind of thing that can help move us forward, but it's going to take that consumer activism and that investor activism that we talked about earlier.
And even serious trying to get generally accepted accounting principles to impair assets held by fossil fuel companies because of the likelihood of leveraging them all around. Can I see some questions now, more from the audience? Over here, and then if there's another microphone for a follow-up question. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Cruza from Rockefeller Brothers Fund. This has been wonderful presentations, very exciting. And 2/3 of the emissions problem has, until just now, not been mentioned, and that's fossil fuels, which has garnered a lot of attention because we've heard recently from the International Energy Agency that 2/3 of the fossil fuels that are already on the books, in other words, part of the valuation of the fossil fuel companies, if they are developed, sold, and burned, we are on a trajectory for an inhabitable planet, full stop. And thus a number of foundations and others have started to react, moving towards divestment, et cetera. I would like to just invite comment from the panelists on this other critical aspect of the climate challenge we face.
Yeah, I mean, there's particular activity that I know at Harvard and Stanford trying to get those universities to be leaders of investment movement as they were in the issue of South Africa. And I don't know, anyone behind that or supporting that? Do you support the divestment movement, divesting in companies who have fossil fuels? Yes? No? Complicated? Anyone here want to comment on that? Ducking it? Okay,
No.
well, it's complicated. Complicated. I support it. Next question. Yeah, please.
RTC Impact Fund. My question is about whether and how you think we can actually deal with these the scale of problem without addressing global financial equity.
Okay. The other one wasn't complicated.
Yeah, none of these are, yeah. Go ahead.
David, you want to take that on?
Global financial inequities.
How can we solve the symptoms without dealing with some of the causes? Carol?
I want to ask Chet. He's a good friend of mine. What do you think, Chet? What do the rest of you think? I mean,
I framed it was, can we deal with these issues without dealing with equity? My answer is no.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, and I think that part of this ecosystem of where you invest and how far up the chain or how much where you invest as philanthropy is a tough question. And you have to look at the whole play, and certainly economic inequity and financial inequity is a big driver of it. So I think that's part of the benefit of a conference like this, is to think about where you and your individual philanthropy can plug in on pushing on that angle versus some of the ones that I've talked about with Packard.
If I can, I'll tie that into, Carol, what you were talking about before, as what we used to think of as the developing world comes to grips with the global problem that we all face. When I first went to China, which was a couple of decades ago, wherever you would go, I'm sure many of you had the same experience, and you would ask people about their aspirations, I would always hear this phrase that I thought was Chinese. And they would say, yes, then we'll have 2 cars for everyone, and we'll have roads, just like you. And I thought, just like you was a Chinese expression, because I heard it so often, just like you. Well, they don't say that anymore. They're wiser in many ways. They've had to see the model that we pursue, the reckless consumerism. And I think it's one of the best things that's come out of it is that change. David, you have the final word.
Well, we see clearly an equity discussion in many of our countries that rely heavily on hydropower. And the sustainability of hydropower is really threatened by these exacerbated changes in weather. And when we address hydropower companies, they are more willing now to accept that there's an equity issue and that the sustainability of their infrastructure heavily depends on the scheme that will consider transferring benefits to local communities that are planned and will be engaged in preserving the livelihood of that infrastructure, such as preserving the upper watersheds, for instance, in terms of controlling soil erosion and maintaining the quality of operation of dams. So we do see clearly an equity issue there. And we are exploring and responding to this openness of these companies to engage more in more distributional project strategies to compensate and to engage local communities and have them benefit from that conservation practice.
Thank you very much. And I would ask, please join me in thanking our panel for really a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, David. Thank you, Sandy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a 15-minute break. In 15 minutes, please join us back in the ballroom, and the program will continue. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us back in the ballroom. The program will be starting in just a minute. Thank you.
Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will be starting in just under a minute. If you could be so kind as to take your seats, we'd certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
With you, the new Deputy Secretary of the Wealth and Property. I have incredible songs.
There it goes. It's on, I think they need to turn it up. Hello? I'll give everybody here just a moment to get situated before I start. It amazes me how loud you guys are. It's crazy. It's great, though. It shows that there's a lot of collaboration, a lot of discussion and discourse going on here. In the early 19th century, Bosnia was run by 3 world powers: the French, the Ottomans, and the Austrians. The image that you see right now is the flag of the Habsburg monarch who reigned in Austria at the time. And when Austrians entered into Bosnia, they started collecting data on people and elements of the region. They were trying to get a census, population census, gender, religious beliefs. They were even so meticulous as to going into certain cities like Travnik and counting the number of trees on streets and the type of trees that they were counting. The problem, though, at least that we can see with our 21st century eyes, was that Austria was not collecting this information to try to improve people's lives in Bosnia. They had no regard for dignity or humanity. What they were basically doing was they were counting their assets of a region of the world that they wanted to eventually conquer for themselves. When we fast forward that to today, to the 21st century, when we look at the kind of information and the data that we're collecting, there's a lot of it out there. We're looking at literacy rates, at mortality rates, all kinds of information all around the world, and it's amazing what we can do with that. But for me, as a data visualizer, what I'm constantly trying to do, and what I feel like is a really big challenge for me every day, and I think that's a big challenge for all of us, is how do we visualize, how do we collect data on humanity and visualize humanity and communicate that to people? And one of the things that I try to do is I try to understand behaviors and the way people are behaving on sort of a micro level. This is a piece that we did for Wired Magazine, and what it shows, I didn't mean to go forward there. Sorry, let me go back. What this shows is it's a day in the life of non-emergency 311 calls in New York. 311 is a number that you actually call if you have something to complain about that's non-emergency. It starts at midnight, it ends at midnight. And what we have here is we have multi-layers of information. You can actually see when the city of New York is sleeping, when the volume of calls actually decreases. You can see when the city wakes up, it sort of explodes with calls. You can see some obvious things, like the most common thing that people would call to complain about in New York is noise. That's the middle, the pink one. But you also see other things that pose questions, like streetlights in the middle of the day. Why would somebody call to complain about streetlights at lunch? And I think that's sort of the beauty of this piece as well, is we're starting to see, it sort of paints a picture of human interaction and behaviors with just one sort of small data set. And what happened was the city of New York started logging this data. As people would call in 311, what time did they call? What did they call about? How much information can we collect on this piece? We take this data and we find ways to represent it and visualize it back to a broad audience so that people can digest this and engage with it and understand it. And I think that this ability to sort of understand, like, what are our behaviors? Well, how do we feel? What are our emotions? How can we collect data to actually understand that better? This is another piece that we did together with the Google Data Arts team. It's a much more macro level, but this visualizes small arms and ammunition trade around the world. Historical visualizations to try to understand a little bit more of what's going on with the arms trade race. What's interesting about this, though, is it's not just a tool for research analysts. Obviously, somebody working in a research department would use a very different tool set to try to understand this data. And Google has made a lot of spreadsheet and Excel sort of style graphs so that people can analyze that and make decisions about it. But the problem is our brains don't think in bar graphs and line graphs. Those are very hard to communicate unless we want to cure insomnia. But in this particular case, how do we have something that's visually representative, that's statistically correct, where we can try to communicate something back to an audience so that people can engage within that, so that they can understand the issue at hand of what's going on, so that they can interact with it and explore for themselves what's happening. I think that these are the main challenges. humanity, and in recommunicating this back into a human form. My name is Wesley Grubbs, and I run a data visualization studio in Berkeley. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Wes, for bringing us all to attention and for sharing your ideas and those amazing visuals. I feel like we've all just had the privilege of meeting the Picasso of data. We'll come back, Wes, to some of the points you've raised, but first I'd like to get this plenary session properly started. And to do that, let me welcome you all and say good afternoon. I'm David Bloom from the Harvard School of Public Health, and I have the pleasure of moderating this afternoon's plenary, which is a discussion about conferring dignity while leveraging demographic change. For those of you who are joining us in the audience or via live stream, I encourage everyone to expand this conversation on Twitter using the GPF hashtag GPF14, and also the GPF handle @GPF.org. I have 3 goals in mind for this plenary session. First, I'd like to make sure that everyone learns a few facts they didn't already know about demographic change. Second, I want us to explore some of the challenges that are posed by those facts. And third, I want this session to provide a strong foundation for the people track at this forum, including the working groups that are going to take place in the coming days, and also the informal and the serendipitous discussions for which the forum is so rightly famous. To further the achievement of these goals, I'm joined by 3 knowledgeable and terrifically inspiring panelists. I'll keep the introductions brief because their full bios are all in the conference program book. But to my, at the far end of the stage from me, we have Kennedy Odede. Kennedy's the founder and the CEO of Shining Hope for Communities. Shining Hope currently serves over 50,000 people living in the Kibera slum of Nairobi, which is where Kennedy grew up, as I think we'll hear. Shining Hope delivers services and life guidance to these people, okay, and is notably driven by their, that is the slum dwellers, innovative ideas and entrepreneurial spirit. Sitting next to Kennedy is Tsitsi Matsiiwa. Tsitsi is the executive chairperson of the Higher Life Foundation. The Higher Life Foundation champions the delivery of a holistic approach to the growth and development of orphaned and vulnerable children in Africa, children who the foundation refers to as history makers. And finally, sitting to my immediate left is Toby Porter. Toby is the CEO of HelpAge International. HelpAge is a global network of organizations working to help older men and women claim their rights, challenge discrimination, and overcome poverty and insecurity. Now, before I turn to the panelists, I'd like to give you all a very brief 2 or 3 minute introduction to global demographic change. I know from previous meetings of the Global Philanthropy Forum that everyone here is very, very good at filling in empty spaces and connecting the dots. So I'm just going to set out 5 sets of facts that I think reflect some of the most important demographic changes of our day. Fact 1. World population now stands at 7.2 billion people, and it's projected to surpass 9 billion by the year 2050. 9 billion represents 3 times the 3 billion figure that the world reached in 1960. So that's a 6 billion increase from 3 to 9 in less than a century. That would be the equivalent, just to jar your imaginations a bit, the equivalent of adding 3 populations, the combined size of China and India, the world's 2 population superpowers. I also would note here that the increase is not a uniformly global phenomenon. Okay, it has been and it will continue to be heavily, disproportionately concentrated in the socially, the politically, the economically, and the ecologically most fragile countries and regions of the world. Fact 2. In 1950, the average woman in the world had 5 children over the course of her childbearing years. Today, that figure is sharply lower. It now stands at 2.5 children per woman. Okay, and please keep in mind also that there is a great deal of heterogeneity out there. There are still some populations in which women are having upwards of 6 and 7 children over the course of their childbearing years. And those are offset by the countries in which fertility has dropped as low as 1 child per woman, which is well under the long-run replacement rate of 2.1. Fact 3. Since 1950, global life expectancy increased by 2 decades. Okay, and it's expected to rise perhaps another decade by the time we get to 2050. To put that in context, please consider that throughout most of human history, people lived to somewhere between 25 and 30 years on average. And now, in the last 6 decades alone, we've added 20 years to life expectancy. That's basically that life expectancy has increased 8 hours per day for the last 60 years on average. Okay, that's what I would call a longevity revolution, and I would say that it ranks among the most remarkable achievements in human history. Fact 4. Fact 4 has to do with population aging. Okay, today, there are on the order of 800 million old people in the world, where old is defined, and I say this with apologies, it's defined as age 60 and over. That represents about 11% of global population. That figure, that 11% figure, has been relatively stable in the past few decades, but it's about to increase very sharply. Okay, so between now and the year 2050, that 11% is going to turn into 22%, and the 800 million I just mentioned is going to become 2 billion people aged 60 and over. And I can tell you also that every single country in the world will be a participant in the process. And we're talking here, when we talk about population aging, we're talking about an unprecedented change for the world. There are no examples or prior stages of history to which we can look for guidance on the challenges that population aging will pose. And finally, I have fact 5 for you. Fact 5 has to do with urbanization. So as of 2008, just a few years ago, for the first time in history, more people were living in urban areas than rural areas in the world. And that growth of urban areas basically involves the growth of cities, of megacities, of hypercities, of slums, the issues that it raises that have to do with anonymity, congestion, loneliness, communicable disease, pollution, crime, infrastructure, social services. These all come to mind as related challenges. And especially notable here is that of the roughly 3.5 billion people that live in urban areas in the world, over 1 billion are living under extremely squalid conditions that we call slums. So, enough facts for now. What I'd like to do is turn to the panel and to hear some of their thoughts. And I'm going to start, Kennedy, with you. I understand that you grew up in a slum, in Kibera, actually. And I was hoping you'd just start off by telling us how you got there and describing the experience.
Thank you so much. So I want to share a story of urbanization. My parents came from rural village in Kenya. So they were looking for opportunities. So they went to the city, Nairobi, to look for a job, and then end up in the slum. There's no job. Their life was so hard. That's where I grew up. I remember at in our house, we are the most poorest people in Kibera. It was a really hard life. Kibera can be compared to the size of Central Park. Live over 1 million people. There's no government schools inside. There's no running water, and there is no upstall. So life is really, really hard. But one thing that I still remember was that my mother was very strong. My father gave up in life, so he became abusive and really struggling. But my mother was the one going out to look for food for us. But my mother, when we used to survive on porridge and water, my mom, other kids could come to our house, and I was so mad. Like, why, Mom, are we having these kids here? And she told me, Kennedy, it's not about being rich or being poor. It's about sharing. So that's something I took. So at the age of 10, I was a homeless kid. I ran away from the house where your mom cannot give you food. Life is so hard. So I stayed on the street for 2 years, using drugs, feeling hopelessness. At the age of 17, I read a book of Martin Luther King Jr. that really gave me dignity and hope. Somebody poor like me wanted to change his life and the level of his community. So I was so inspired. And that's the time that I got a job in the factory, earning $1 for 10 hours. Every time I was going to the factory, I was crying and saying, how long will I survive here? Will it be 5 years? Will it be 10 years? The rest of my life? Because it was a really dangerous job I was doing. So one day I'm coming back home and I found my friend has been shot dead by the police. His name is Boy. The same month, my other friend Calvin's has hanged himself in a 10 by 10 shack with a note written, "I can't live this life anymore." That's not enough. What really touched me most was when my sister at the age of 15 was raped and became pregnant. Put in mind that at the age of 15, my mother had me at the age of 15. My sister now, at the age of 15, is also now pregnant. And I call this the cycle of poverty. And I say, enough is enough. This is too much. I can't bear this. From my job, I bought a soccer ball, which was to be used as a mobilization effort. So I came back to the community, and I told people, you know what? We have to stand up for ourselves. Nobody going to help us. And that was dignity. They told me, Kennedy, do you have any donor or NGO will help you? And I say, no, this is a movement. This is a dignity. We're going to come together in this community. We wear the shoes, we know why it's pinching us. And that gave dignity. It gave hope. And the movement was formed. Then later on, what happened, I was lucky, miracle happened. I got a scholarship. I went back to the US, to Wesleyan University. Keep in mind, I never went to school because of poverty. Being at Wesleyan, I was able to go back home to build a movement, scalability, whereby we can have a school for girls, but at the same time connect to other social services. So right now, we are serving over 70,000 people in Kibera. And we are now also starting another project in Madare, because it has to be moved, it has to be initiated by the community itself.
So, Kennedy, unless I'm missing something very fundamental, you just described the experience of a young boy and a man growing up in Kibera. What can you tell us about the experience of girls and young women in that setting?
What happened, to be honest with you, I learned about feminism when I came to the US. What was happening was people like my mom, strong women in the community, not respected. So that's what drove me to start an initiative that really will start with women as a way. So, and what happened to my sister? So for me, it became personal. And that's what I use in the community to inspire more people. Say, look what happened to our moms, our sisters. They really took it personal. And that's why I was allowed to have a school for girls in the slum. So, and as you know that in poverty, when there's a hard life, most people who suffer mostly are women and girls. I say at the age of 13, I see children trading their body, not for money, but for food. At the same time, you can't blame, it's really hard. Life and the system has pushed them to the wall. And that's why we said, enough is enough. We are starting a movement, not an NGO. And a movement comes when people want their dignity. When you feel that you've been pushed in a corner, and a change must happen.
So, Kennedy, I appreciate your sharing your story because for many of us, you're basically allowing us to peer into a world that we don't normally get to see. So thank you for sharing in that way. My question is, I want to understand a little bit more about how you got out of Kibera. How did you actually come to apply to Wesleyan? How did you get a scholarship? How many years did you spend there? Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Oh, yeah. So after spending 5 years working in our movement in Kibera, I met my wife, who by then came to do what is called study abroad programs, and I told her my story and my dream, because I wanted to build something that will not only be in Kibera, but in the informal urban settlement. And I said, for me to achieve this goal, I will need education. So she helped me to apply as a joke. I was not sure. I'm like, okay, let me try. And I ended up getting a scholarship, which I never believed will happen, you know. And then when I get to the US, I was like, no. Now I have to think bigger than Kibera. You know what I mean? And it was really, honestly, is that I was looking for opportunity. What people look in these in communities, even though they're poor, they are looking for opportunity, like any other kid. So when I got that opportunity, I went out where I can share it back. So I went back in the Kibera, and it became also a little bit of hope, people to see that I'm able to come back. And that's how we were able to build this organization.
Okay, one more question, Kennedy. So as I understand it, Shining Hope works not just in Kibera, but in other slums, and it aspires to do even more work in other slum communities in Kenya and elsewhere in Africa in the years to come. How representative is the experience in Kibera of other slum communities that you know about or have read about or have visited or have worked in?
Yeah, what's happening, the issue of urbanization is becoming a big issue right now. As I said before, in Nairobi, more than 50% of people live in the slums. You know, and they share, they share the same struggle. It can be a different demographic, but if you go, it's the same hardship people are passing through. Education, people want to have a better life, better health care, you know, is an issue. So and that's why, and I believe that it has to be driven by the people in those communities. That's when you're going to have real change.
Okay. So thank you, Kennedy, for getting us started here. Tsitsi, if I can turn to you now. So you had the Higher Life Foundation, and your focus is on a very different demographic than Kennedy's, mainly orphans. So what can you tell us about the nature of the insecurities and the vulnerabilities faced by orphan children in the settings in which you work?
Thank you very much, David. Working with orphan children is such an eye-opening experience. I get to really touch the insecurities, the emotional challenges, and also the desires that they have that they don't necessarily have an opportunity to express. Majority of the orphan children in the countries that I work in, that is Zimbabwe, Burundi, Lesotho, South Africa, majority of them have never actually had any emotional support outside of if there's some single orphaned, which means there's one parent who's alive. Some are double orphans, in which case both parents are, have passed on. So most of the countries don't really have any support, meaningful support that is given to a child once they've lost their parent. They don't have opportunities to mourn. They don't have opportunities to share what they are feeling, what they are going through. Majority of the orphaned children are from HIV/AIDS, which still to this day, there's a negative attitude and there's a stigma on being an orphan, especially if your parents have died from AIDS-related diseases. So you find that you are dealing with individuals that you really need to get the best out of. You need to reach out more than just giving physical assistance, but you need to touch the heart of the person to get the best out of them and then create a platform where they can really be able to express themselves and also express their ideals through the kind of interventions we give. So I think basically that's I would say the perspective of the kind of children that we are working with.
Why do you refer to those children as history makers? Where did that term come from? What does it mean?
You know, when you call somebody an orphan, there are all sorts of...
The term and the thinking behind it, and I think we're all going to adopt it, no pun intended. So Tsitsi, you spoke a little bit a few moments ago about dealing with fears, people's fears, touching people's hearts. Where does faith and spirituality figure in your approach to dealing with orphans and vulnerable children?
You know, something that is very interesting about dealing with our history makers, whether they are our history makers or history makers in other countries that we don't have a direct relationship with, you find that there's always an aspect in the way, I think the way they see themselves, the way they interact in the communities. If you can just go back to the question again, so I can relate it.
I'm just wondering where faith and spirituality, what role it plays, how prominent is it?
Yeah, they always is an importance to being sensitive to the culture and the religious beliefs. Every African child or family believes in something.
And openly confessing your faith is very usual. It's very normal. And it's something that people expect you to do. If you don't have any faith, they feel like there's something missing. So faith plays part and parcel of how you relate to the child or to the individual. Now, we happen to be in some of the countries where they are generally Christian. Now, when I say Christian, it can be anything from the traditional church to different types of churches. All it means is that they believe in God, right? Then you have in other communities where there's Muslims and Christians. But the fundamental thing that we are conscious about is respecting the fact that people believe in something. Also, it plays a very important part in nurturing the child, in connecting with the child, because that's where you find you become the parent to the history maker. You become not just a provider of a scholarship or a provider of some of the things we give them, of a lantern or a food pack. You actually become somebody who, to some extent, is accountable and responsible for the upbringing of the child. So the spirituality aspect plays a key role in the healing of the child. It plays a key role in building confidence. It plays a key role in them having a long-term connection and relationship with you. It's part and parcel of what you believe in. If you don't believe in anything, you will struggle having that personal connection with the child.
Yeah, I'm glad that you've brought up this notion of connection because actually we just heard Kennedy's comments about the importance of role models and mentors and scholarship opportunities that helped him get out of Kibera and actually have ultimately led him back into Kibera, although in a different capacity. How do those kinds of factors, mentors and role models, how does that figure in the approach that you take to dealing with history makers?
Mentors are a critical and important part of the nurturing and the helping and interacting with the child. When I talk about mentors, I'm talking teachers. The teachers play a role in building confidence in the child, not only providing education, but also looking out for anything that may be abnormal or something that may be of concern. We find people, community leaders and church members also play a very important part. We have a program that actually gives allowances to church pastors to encourage them to stay in the rural areas so that they can also be on the lookout for the children that we give assistance to. Because remember what I said earlier, that for governments, the support for psychological support and services like that just don't exist. So the mentor plays an important role. And we actively work and build strong relationships with the mentors to help us in making sure that we get information on the children, our data has integrity, and also that they have confidence in being, honest and being open about some of the insecurities or the negative experiences they may have. We are dealing with very vulnerable children, like a point that Kennedy mentioned. They can be raped, they can be abused. So you need to have those mentors who are honest, who can be able to really be able to discern, is the child a possibility of being in a place where they are being victimized or abused, or there's a possibility of rape. So in that regard, we not only are the mentors, like I said, important, but we need to really also have a genuine close and working relationship with the mentors to ensure that that connection with the children is, it's a good and a strong relationship.
Okay, thank you, Tsitsi. Toby, I'm going to ask you to be patient for just a couple of minutes. What I'd like to do is take just a few minutes to ask if anyone in the audience has a comment or a question for Tsitsi or Kennedy. If so, please raise your hand, and if I can see you, I'll try to point to you. So yeah, please. I think we have one here. Do we have a microphone going around? Good. Please introduce yourself, and let's try to keep our questions concise. And if you have someone you're addressing a question to, please make that clear as well.
Okay, hi, this is Asha from Palo Alto, California, from the Motwani Jadeja Family Foundation. One of the things I stumbled upon recently, in regard to Professor Bloom's question about spirituality, is the Goldie Hawn Foundation in Los Angeles, which works exclusively with, I think, with inner city kids and with orphanages and places where there have been at-risk kids, and very explicitly uses tools like meditation and quiet time and things like that in connecting the kids and empowering them internally, and with their mentors using prayer and using meditation and some very interesting tools. I'm sure all the information is on the Goldie Hawn Foundation, but I thought I'll just make that connection for you because I think the results have been staggering. So it's an important point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see, I have a question here. If we can direct a microphone. Oh, sorry, gentleman here and then the woman there. Sorry.
Hi, Dan Robbins again, Catholic Trust, Zimbabwe. We also work in Zimbabwe on orphans and vulnerable children, and currently have around 12,000 kids in a preschool orphan support programming. We've been pleased with kind of results of actually, I'm a pediatrician myself with my day job, and play therapy, basically. I mean, here we often had kids work with a psychologist to do play therapy to work out a lot of the trauma that they've been through. I'm just curious of your experiences. We've found that actually just getting them into a preschool setting and playing has turned out to be a very powerful tool. Obviously, prayer and religion in Zimbabwe is very powerful itself, whatever religion is in that area as dominant. But I'm just curious if that's a model that you've worked with. I guess we can talk about a little later, but I'm just curious what your model has been. But play with it, I was just blown away because initially bedwetting, we were having people, can you send bedwetting alarms? How do you, all these kids are staying with their grandparents or aunts or uncles or peeing everywhere, ticking everybody off, and literally those requests stopped as kids were stopping to wetting in bed because they were playing. And I just have been so amazed by that aspect, as well as kind of that spiritual part has also seemed to be very important. And as an aside, I just want to thank Kennedy, and nice work, Wesleyan. That's a great accomplishment, but also, I'm kidding, my kids are at college. But also just very inspiring, and I appreciate that window into your life, because I do think we get, as much as I have the opportunity to go a couple times a year, it just is inspiring to see what you've done and to hear your story, so thank you.
Thank you. I think I had invited a comment from back here.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lisa Bomer with the Conrad and Hilton Foundation. I had a quick question for Kennedy. Kennedy, in your travels meeting other folks living in similar slum situations, what insights do you have as to how we might support more entrepreneurs, more grassroots leaders such as yourself? I know you meet people, you talk, you inspire them. They're not all going to go to Wesleyan. What guidance, what advice would you have to those of us that would seek to support other emerging leaders like yourself? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, that's a very good question. As I travel a lot in Kenya and other countries, I went to Liberia and other places. So what's happening that I've learned is that there is two different worlds. There's a donor and there's a people who are doing something. And most of the time, it's so sad, they don't. Is it? Okay. Most okay? Okay. Most of the time, they don't communicate well. There is no, what's going on? Huh? There's no listening. You know what I mean? And sometimes donor will be like, I want you to do A, B, C, D. It doesn't work on the community grassroots level, you know what I mean? It's good to listen. And I think the one way of the dignity is when you listen. When you listen to the people, when you understand the community, how they're doing their thing. What they're looking for, they're not looking for handouts. They're looking for opportunity. Yeah. And we have to understand that. So it's not sad. I feel lucky a little bit, to be honest, that I was able to be in another world, at the same time grassroots. So I'm able to learn these two worlds. It is always hard. I remember I didn't know how to write a proposal. There's nobody wanted to listen to me. But when I went to the States and I learned their game, you know what I mean, and how things work, I was able to combine that with the grassroots level. I also tell the people on the grassroots level this: don't wait for the donors. Do your thing. Your work gonna shine, you're gonna attract people. If you wait, they're gonna tell you to another direction. You have to be focused what you want to do. And that's my message to every community I go to, that they're the one driving it. They're the one owning it. And that's the dignity. So donors will just do what? Partner. They come as partners. 50-50, yeah?
I think we just got one of our takeaway messages about don't wait for the donors. So thank you, Kennedy. Okay, Toby, you definitely get the award for being the most patient panelist. But now I think it's time that everyone have a chance to hear from you. So you deal with older people. That's a very different demographic than slum dwellers and history makers that we've already heard a bit about. What do you see as the most important issues facing aging populations?
Well, I think I want to start actually, David, just by asking a question of the audience rather than talking to. I'm from the UK, so you know we're very polite over there. So I just want to ask, would you put your hand up if you're either over 60 or if you'd like to be over 60 one day? So you should all be passionate advocates for the rights and the inclusions of older people. But I was looking through these flares and I was looking for the silver one, yeah? And I couldn't find it anywhere. And I was thinking, if I made one myself and I put it on my suit and walked around for the rest of the day saying, does anyone want to have breakfast with me tomorrow to talk about older age and older people? I would wager that I would breakfast alone for the second morning in a row. And this is one of the great sort of enigmas and paradoxes is you know, the population aging, the reality of longer, healthier lives is a triumph. It's a triumph of global development. It's a triumph of national development. And yet, none of us really like to talk about it, and none of us really like to think too much about it. And as a result of that, I think that we miss opportunities to include older people in our thinking, in our programs, in our projects, and that leads to terrible levels of disempowerment and discrimination, and really removing people's dignity, which is you know, the theme that we're talking about. So, I mean, I'll just give some examples. I mean, one area recently that a lot of data simply stops at 49 and over. Yeah, so we for many years HIV/AIDS data didn't go beyond the age of 50. So this was something that we took up, and for the first time this year, it was actually measured, and 3.2 million people living with HIV/AIDS suddenly appeared for the first time. You know, it's extraordinary that when in this reality of very long lives that people would say, well, 49 and over, and just, but that's one of the key underlying reasons. In humanitarian relief, you know, HelpAge is a very proud laureate of the Hilton Humanitarian Prize, and yet we would be the first to admit that we haven't succeeded in really influencing to anywhere near the extents needed the general practice of the humanitarian community in terms of bringing older people into the mainstream of humanitarian relief. And whether the reality now for many humanitarian operations, it's not just about malaria and reducing the risk of cholera, it's about diabetes treatment, and it's about hypertension, it's about, you know, this is the new reality. There are 70,000 refugees from Syria who are aged 65 and over. And the people that we're working with in the camps of Jordan and in the host communities of Lebanon are having urgent medical needs because the systems that we have simply aren't out there responding to elements of non-communicatable disease. It's just not in the lexicon of humanitarian relief at this point in time. Older people have, despite ample studies that shows that rates of repayment and success rates in microcredit programs have worked very well with the older segment of population, there is still a huge challenge about financial inclusion of older people that is only just beginning to be understood. So it's a huge area, but I would say that older people isn't a uniform segment. Obviously, there are the same variables that impact on every other aspect of demography, impact on age as well. But the fact of older age always seems to be an element that increases vulnerability, that increases the chance of being slightly discriminated, slightly ignored, slightly not heard, slightly patronized, slightly typecast, or which in any situation makes a situation worse than it should be, worse than it needs to be. So for society as a whole, incidentally, I mean, we're trying very hard that the Sustainable Development Goals, what everyone assumes will replace the Millennium Development Goals, and I'll be a very interested attendee at the session tomorrow morning. We're just hoping very hard that they are met, that the world can come up with a set of indicators and targets and goals that actually work for people of all ages. We're not after a whole separate set of goals and norms for older people. We just don't want older people to be excluded because it doesn't make sense. It's unjust, it's undemocratic, and in the light of the trends that David says, it's absolutely profoundly idiotic to carry on ignoring a segment of population that really now is 22% and higher in many countries. So I think it's an enormous subject, but I suppose I would just end by saying that it sort of boils down to often a lot of questions, and I think that how long will I live? How long will I live well? How long will I live healthily? Will I retire? When will I retire? What if I don't want to retire? Will I be able to go on working? Not if you work for the UN, unfortunately. You have a mandatory retirement age, I think, isn't it, Khalid, of 63 or something? And this is the body that we're looking to lead a bright new dawn of older rights. What are my expectations and entitlements from my state? How should I interact with younger people? How will the older segment and the younger segment not be in competition but be in collaboration over dividing the economic and social pie? How will health and social systems develop that work for me? So that's
okay. So you talked about vulnerability. You talked about disempowerment, discrimination. You raised some health issues that have to do with infectious disease as well as non-communicable disease. You talked about the gaps in global protection for older people and maybe the absence of a global champion in the UN system for the rights of older people. Are these mainly problems of the wealthy industrial countries, the Japans and the North Americas and the Western Europe, or do the challenges of population aging go further than that?
No, I mean, that's, I thought was very clear from what you said. I mean, at the moment, there's about 9% of the world's population is, 10% is over 60, and that will be 22% in 2050. But the regions that are aging quickest, and in fact quickest ever in human history, is Southeast Asia, is Latin America, and there are enormous problems. And there's a phrase that many countries are growing old before they got rich. Now, in the developed world, we're wrestling with enormous challenges of adaptation. How do we adapt pensions? How do we adapt healthcare? How do we adapt society, if you like, to deal with longer lives? But what about in countries where there's no real sort of pension or health system architecture infrastructure there in the first place. I mean, this has not been done before. So yeah.
For example, I mean, we've heard a lot about the experience in Africa in a slightly, not with respect to aging populations, but I mean, how does Africa differ from, Brazil, Latin America, Southeast Asia, with respect to the experience of aging, with respect to the institutions, with respect to the challenges that population aging creates?
Yeah, I think, in Africa, the numbers of older people will increase faster in Africa over the next 100 years, over this century, than any other region. But obviously that's due to the overall demographic trend in Africa. But at the moment, I think at the beginning of this century, there are 50 million people in Africa over 50. That's projected to increase to 760 million by the end of this century. So while it's absolutely right and obvious that Africa should currently focus on the youth bulge, today's youth bulge is tomorrow's age bulge. So there's no, the development community and philanthropy has to be able to deal with the reality of more than one age group and more than one segment at any point in time. These are the realities we all live. The idea of multi-generation sharing a household is the thing. But one thing I'd like to say, David, because I read this on the plane coming over, is that I think the interesting thing about aging is no one really has the answer at the moment. The West is tremendously challenged, and in Africa and Asia, people are tremendously challenged. So I read yesterday on the paper coming over from Heathrow, and the headline was, as you know, it was on page 2, and it said, "Britain should learn from Asians and Africans about caring for elderly." And I remember reading last week that the Deputy PM of Japan had just been quoted as saying older people should hurry up and die. 4 months ago, the UK Health Secretary said the UK should adopt the Asian culture of caring for the elderly. And then the Guardian columnist from Seoul in South Korea wrote an op-ed the next day saying, "I've lived in South Korea for 5 years, and I wish I could say I've been struck by reverence and respect. Instead, I've been struck by frightening poverty and neglect among older people whose living conditions are miserable." The, if you like, stereotype picture of the Asian family, all living in one hamlet is not the reality of Asia. It's not the reality of Latin America. It won't be the reality in Africa because of things. I just don't think anyone knows. I mean, in China, just to introduce a light-hearted note, but it illustrates just how few answers there are, that they've just implemented in June the elderly rights law, and it's not a bill of rights like HelpAge would like to see. It's a law that orders adult children to visit their aging parents twice a year. I mean, it's like, no one knows what to do about aging. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let me try to connect up our discussions a little bit. So, Kennedy, let's go back to Kibera for a moment. What's the experience of an older person living in Kibera?
So, to be honest, you rarely find them. But if you find them, they are the wise people. You feel privileged to sit down with them, to get the wisdom, how they saw life before, and so they are really respected. You know what I mean? Although the environment doesn't really favor old people, there's ditches, you have to jump, so life is hard in the slum. And many people, for example, people that I grew up with, most of them are dead. So, for example, people in Kibera, for example, population is over 15 years old, they're the majority. You know what I mean?
So is it fair to say that you think of older people as a resource in slum communities?
Yeah. And we call them every time you reach some, I wouldn't say which age, this is America. When you reach there, you are becoming the elder. You are a woman or you are a man.
And so now what about with respect to dealing with the history makers? I mean, do you regard older people as an asset when it comes to the work that your foundation does, Tsitsi?
Definitely older people. Not just with regards to the history makers, but culturally. Yeah. There's a lot of respect and honor in being elderly. Also, I don't know what HelpAge research will show, But I mean, from our president is 90, I think. Irrespective of what we may have, regarding what you think of political position and what have you for that age, there's a lot of respect in how people communicate and deal with elderly people. Also for orphaned children, old people have found themselves being their mothers and the ones taking care of the orphaned children, which is very unfortunate because it's extremely difficult for them. My colleague from Zimbabwe mentioned the importance of playing and, the kind of things that a child needs. And it's such a burden on the elderly because now they have that extra responsibility to be young parents to children that, there's a generation gap. Not only that, the energy levels are low. Most of them are sickly and are not on any type of medication. So there are challenges with that regard, but we take our hats off and we respect and really honor elderly people. Yeah. So
Toby, I presume that it kind of makes you feel good to hear how older people are revered and viewed as an asset in these communities. And what's your vision for intergenerational relations and the contribution that older people can make? And what do we need to do to manage and maximize the return on that asset?
I just think we need a level playing field that just treats every human life as equally important. I celebrate. I worked, by the way, until October for Save the Children for 10 years, and I absolutely celebrate all of the interest and philanthropy and passion for education. And indeed, by 2050, which is the time frame that most of us talk about in terms of illustrating this demographic change, the critical thing that it's not going to be focusing on today's older people that will lead societies to have adapted successfully. It's educating their young people today, living healthy lives, having healthcare systems that work for prevention, not just for curative, that deal with NCD, not just for infectious. So I think that what's needed, David, is just a holistic view and a sophistication in the development and philanthropic community that actually allows us to see society and families and contributions as it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Toby. Let's open the floor up for a few more comments and questions. I have one right here.
My name is Lorene Arbus. So one statistic that no one of any age escapes, at least in this country, is that the largest minority in this country are people with disability, and that includes everyone of every age. I don't know what the statistics would be in other countries, but I can't imagine it's that far off. So a few years ago, I commissioned research, underwrote research, to find out how many children in foster care have disability. There were a lot of reasons for my wanting to research that. And I imagine it probably would translate into orphans and orphanages as well. The statistic was 70%. Huge, and an unknown fact, actually. So my question is, you must be up against dealing with this, and I would love to know whether your country's cultural stigmas make it something even more reprehensible that you cannot begin to even deal with, or if there are ways and how you have found the way.
Tsitsi?
It's an excellent question. We realized, although our major focus is on orphaned children, but when we went to the schools, because we go to see the children, we noticed that our children walk very long distances. We had children who had, one leg and a wooden leg, walking 5 kilometers to school. Some children being carried by siblings to get to school because they have no wheelchairs. Even if you have a wheelchair, the terrain is so rough that it's impossible. What drove the children is the desire to go to school. Then others couldn't hear, simply because something was either lodged in the ear or they were born, with hearing problems. The challenges in developing countries is there is such a stretch on the resources that you find if you don't have a champion who's paying attention to the minorities like the disabled, very little will be done. There's very little from policies that help to identify and give the necessary assistance, to schools being, putting structures that are sensitive to the needs of the disabled. So we ended up setting up a scholarship program that not only gives educational scholarships to the children, but also those who need operations. We partner with doctors who once a year will come look at children with eye problems, hearing problems, disabilities. Some have heart conditions. We've begun to send quite a number of children to India for surgery. You, as a philanthropist, what you find, I think, is you can't afford to say the money that I have, the budget is only for scholarships. You end up using it for whatever the need is. And also bringing awareness so that in the long term, when governments are able to, at least they will put in policies the right policies, or have debates going around to bring awareness and to bring people to become conscious of those in need, especially, the minorities. So, yeah, we do what we can. But it's definitely, we do have specific interventions for the disabled. One of the things I would love to see is job opportunities to partner with companies to bring awareness so that there's some jobs that the disabled can easily be, given opportunities to do and be trained to do, like running call centers. It's one of the causes that I've taken on myself, that in our company, why should able-bodied people only be given the opportunities for call centers? Why not make call centers available for the disabled, and then, those with able-bodied can do other forms of work as well. So again, it's the point of having a champion to speak out and then follow through to make sure that at least something is done in the short term.
Okay, thank you, TC. I think we have time for one more comment or question, and then I'm going to try to wrap up. So this, right here in front, this young woman. Can we have a microphone here? Thank you.
Hi, this is Asha again. I think there's what I'm working in the field of education and non-formal learning. I do see unprecedented opportunity for the senior, elderly people, especially with good amounts of education, to really play a significant role in non-formal learning, which is outside. Most of you were aware with the TED Prize that was given to Professor Shugata Mitra for School in the Cloud. There are grannies. He has established Granny Cloud, where the grannies are Skyping in from England, and they are teaching these kids, and it is staggering how much their health has improved. Because suddenly they have purpose and meaning in their life, and there's no this question of, do we provide diabetic care? Do we provide this for the senior? They just seem to have a mission. And I've seen some of these grannies Skyping into India, and it's just amazing what this has done to their health and well-being. And I wonder if there are platforms or programs that are working on this in a systematic way.
I think that's an excellent point. I mean, I think that interaction between older members of the community and younger members of the community is a sort of obvious area that will benefit the society as a whole. It already goes on a lot anyway in terms of structured schemes. I mean, I've heard of these things. I mean, all I'd say to your point is, your grannies on the Skype, their capacity, their ability to contribute was always there. That wasn't. It was only that someone finally had the foresight to actually offer them a chance to make it available, and that's the challenge that we have as society. It's not like we're doing older people a massive favor. There's this enormous pool of social capital that about their ability to contribute knowledge and time and compassion and wisdom and economic output to society, and it's just the fact that our attitudes and our open-mindedness hasn't evolved to the same extent to keep up with the demographic change. So it's like all of us need to just get grannies on the Skype or the equivalent in terms of, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question, and Toby, thank you for the answer. I think it's time to start wrapping up the session, which I've enjoyed, and I have to say that in listening to the dialogue, I'm reminded of a kind of a famous quote from Winston Churchill when he commented on the difference between pessimists and optimists. And what Churchill said, if I recall correctly, is that a pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity, whereas an optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. So by way of a kind of a closing 30-second remark, if we can keep it to that, I wanted to ask each of you if you just tell us whether you classify yourself as an optimist or a pessimist in Churchill's sense of the word, and why. So, and Toby, I think we're going to start with you.
Yeah, a massive optimist. The economic and social value of a rapidly growing, healthy older population is an immense resource for all societies and countries in the world.
Okay, thank you. So we have a two thumbs up optimist here. Good. Tsitsi?
I'm the ultimate optimist in terms of if the youth they know what the solutions are. We just need to give them the platform, hear their voices, stimulate debate and discussions, and we can solve the problems.
Okay, so we have the ultimate optimist, and now can you top that, Kennedy?
I think I've been pushed by life, kind of transformed me a lot, whereby I have to really work hard to know that if I don't stand up for myself, nobody will be there for me. So whoever way you can put that, that's who I am. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so thank you all for your comments and questions, and especially the panelists. I actually want to take a few minutes before we break to attempt to give a little bit of a summary of my key takeaways from this session, if I can read my scroll here. The first takeaway is the observation that demographic change is really shaking up the world. From history makers in slums to old and very old people to dissatisfied adolescents and young adults. These groups are large, they're very much in flux, and they are significantly redefining and reshaping the nature and the contours of human experience. The second takeaway I would offer is the confirmation that demography is not destiny. This is a point that we heard earlier from Khalid Malik of the UNDP. And that I feel came across in this session, that our demographic future is not set in stone. And I think we also got a glimpse of the view that not only is the demographic future not set in stone, but the implications of demographic change aren't set in stone either. We actually began to see that we have lots of options to shape our demographic trajectory and also to respond to it. And here I would actually underscore Wesley Grubb's, I guess we went from Wesley to Wesleyan, but anyway, Wesley Grubb's earlier comments on the power of data to help us understand the challenges and to devise solutions, especially when the data are collected and analyzed in a way that preserves human dignity. And I think that Tsitsi also reiterated that in her comments about collecting qualitative data on children and staying in touch and finding out what's actually driving them. The final takeaway that I have basically deals with the very interesting concepts that we heard through the last hour, concepts describing feelings that came up during the various comments. At one extreme, we heard about things like powerlessness and hopelessness and urgency and despair and tears and insecurity and stigma and uncertainty and disempowerment and discrimination. I'm just trying to keep a list of these as we went along. A feeling of being trapped would be another. Then at the other extreme, we heard about feelings like that of hope and sharing and inspiration and happiness and self-reliance, leadership, caring, strength, touching people's hearts, connecting, with them. Faith, opportunity, social capital, compassion. This is a longer list, I'm happy to say. Wisdom, open-mindedness, having a level playing field. I think that the challenge for all of us is to take advantage of those concepts and those ideas, and also and especially the energy and ideas of thought leaders and doers like Wesley and like Kennedy, Tsitsi, and Toby. The challenge is to harness human ingenuity and to bet on young people, because I think that's what Tsitsi's advising us to do, and to collaborate in a way that promotes and protects human dignity in an all too harsh and often unforgiving world. So on that note, I did have one more announcement, and that is that we'll thank the speakers in just a moment, but before we do that, I've been asked to invite everyone to shift their focus to a short musical interlude by Gary Malkin and Rafael Bejarno.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a gift to you all, the instrument that I'm about to play is more than 1,000 years old. It's a gift from the land of Mexico, and it was found in a sacred place where our ancestors bring their offerings to the Mother Earth. So to honor our ancestors, honor the future generations, and remembering we are the ancestors of the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Join me in expressing admiration for Toby, Tsitsi, and Kennedy, and also appreciation for their remarks. Thank you.